Good morning. Good morning. All right. Good morning. 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 All right. Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. You are strapped in and you are ready to have the discussion of a lifetime. Just kidding. It's not the discussion of a lifetime. It's just simply a discussion. Hello, everyone. Bryce and in chat, please fly safe. I see you're about to get on an airplane. Fly safe, land safe. See you after. Let's see. Interesting. Why is that happening? Okay. All right. Today's the day. We're going to go over some queer bubble stuff, Denisha Carter bubble stuff, and we'll see how it goes with the conversation. Obviously, I am open to criticism and thoughts. I have a feeling something is heavily missing in this discourse around Denisha Carter, though I think it's been beaten to hell on TikTok, at least in the spaces that I'm in. But apparently not everybody got the message. So Denisha has a stan in my audience. I don't know if it's 2 people or 1 people or some people, but either they hated how I categorized her or they hated that I had anything against her. But I was accused by 2 usernames of either misogyny towards Denisha or racism towards her in regards to the Khalil story we covered. So if you guys missed out, I have a stream about that where basically Denisha was called out by Khalil, who's a content creator, after they had a moment of intimacy, of stalking, harassing him, faking a pregnancy just to get him to come over to her house so they could have sex again. So it's a pretty horrible accusation. He brought receipts. He claims the receipts were given to him and claimed that the receipts show text messages between Denisha and her best friend, plotting at the time of how to get Khalil to come to her house to have sex with her. Very bad accusation. Right now, we're standing with the victim because we don't know these people. I don't know these people. You know, they're just content creators. But obviously, if a person comes out with the receipts that seem pretty valid, I don't know, right? We don't know yet. And they express predatory behavior by another content creator, by another person. And this content creator especially has a platform where, you know, they have a pretty substantial following. They have a pretty substantial reputation. They're not exactly in the circles I'm in well-liked because I'm in very progressive queer spaces. Denisha Carter is not somebody people like, and that's for a lot of reasons. But apparently some people were really upset with me coming down on her and felt like I was misogynistic towards her. But I just want to make it abundantly clear, no matter how much you love somebody, a predator is a predator is a predator. So I'm a little confused now if Denisha comes out with the receipts and Khalil is lying and the whole thing is, well, I'm sure what many of us will make apology videos, right? Like we'll make apology videos. But I got this DM on Instagram, okay, because I do look at my DMs. I don't respond to them. I'm not going to show it on stream because I don't want to put this person on blast. But they said, and let me read it for you. They said, I saw your video regarding, oh, hold on, let me X this out. I saw a video regarding your Denisha Carter as XYZ negative character. I just want to show you this video, which sums up Miss Carter. I really enjoy her presence on TikTok. I don't know why you think she is bad, but I think your bias may be misguided and have elements of misogyny in it. I'm not saying this to be mean or be an asshole. I love your content. I love your videos, except that one. I just want to make it abundantly clear. The one video on Denisha that I made that you don't like is the one where her victim is coming out with receipts about her misconduct. Am I misunderstanding? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, am I misunderstanding something? Are you upset because I reported the story from her alleged victim who said she targeted and harassed him for a month? And now you're calling me a misogynist possibly because I don't like her? And even though she's got a pretty interesting reputation. Okay, so you're probably thinking, what is the video that they sent to Brittany that's going to change the fact that Denisha might be a predator and based off the receipts is? What could possibly make this any better? So here's the video that they sent me. Let's watch it together. This is the video that is supposed to sum up Denisha's reputation and why she should be trusted. Okay, cool.
Off the coast of Louisiana is called the Gulf of America.
I think the funniest part about liberals making
Whoa, that audio went crazy loud all of a sudden, sorry.
videos like this, making fun of the way that conservative girls look, how she's making fun of her not having a top lip, is looking at the left's beauty standards and what they find beautiful. And supposedly are the party that, supports women.
I'm not letting you pearl clutch about this and attempt to position yourselves as the morally superior body in American politics or social spheres, pulling this goofy makeup trend as support for that claim. This is mean. If you're ugly on the inside, you're ugly on the outside too. Republican women don't attack liberals for their looks. Literal lie, but okay. What happened to women supporting women, girls supporting girls? I don't know. Where is women supporting women, girls supporting girls when y'all decry feminism every 3 to 5 business minutes because you're mad you're lower to middle class and single, therefore have to get a job instead of being a stay-at-home wife?
Okay, do you see why I don't like Denisha already? Because the way she claps back is just as ugly, but okay, let's keep listening.
As if feminism isn't what gave women their agency back, saved women from being trapped in abusive relationships, and is still working worldwide to
Okay, I'm confused. So I just want to make sure Denisha's saying she's pro-feminism. Is it pro-feminism to fake a pregnancy, stalk a man, harass a man, and then coerce him into sex? Is that all feminist as well? No. I mean, maybe not the feminism I do. Maybe she's a transphobe. Is Denisha a TERF? Maybe TERFs do that. But I certainly do not subscribe to a form of feminism that justifies this behavior. Okay, so again, this video is supposed to liberate or make me change my mind on Denisha.
protect women from child marriages, forced veiling, and genital mutilation. Where was women supporting women, girls supporting girls, when you supported the decimation of abortion protections that of course had adverse side effects from what was allegedly intended and resulted in women bleeding to death in parking lots and succumbing to fatal infections? Because doctors were afraid of the punishments that may have come with treating them, which resulted in little 10-year-old girls having to give birth to the children of their rapists. Where was women supporting women, girls supporting girls when Republicans, your party, worked tirelessly to fight against and voted against reauthorizing VAWA? Oh, you don't know what that is? You're a Republican because it feels edgy or because your parents are, therefore you don't actually know anything they stand for or against? Right. VAWA is the Violence Against Women Act. It provided funding for domestic violence shelters and other protections for survivors.
So sounds good, right? We love the message that Denisha's sending, generally speaking, except when in private, she's not acting out within those values. And look, again, if she wants to come forward and prove Khalil's story is wrong, then we'll all apologize. But just a reminder, whether you're a woman or a liberal progressive man who claims to be progressive, what you do behind closed doors matters. I know it doesn't matter to Republicans. We know it doesn't matter to certain Democrats, but it certainly matters to me. And I think as progressives, like, it should matter what we're doing behind closed doors. And if behind closed doors, you are literally coercing, faking pregnancies, and breaking people's consent, like, I don't want that person representing a movement. And I hate it because when I come out against especially progressive men, I'll always get told, but they're better at debating. They're the ones who can take down Trumpers. But Brittany, they're doing so much for the Democratic Party. They're not doing anything for liberals or progressives if behind closed doors, they are predators. And so again, like, I don't know if the story about Denisha was true, but for now, like, I don't feel bad supporting the victim who came forward. If he decides to, if we find out he's a liar and it's all a fake, then it is what it is. And I'll make an apology video. But I just want to make it abundantly clear that I cannot, based off of how the world is, take the risk of possibly going after an alleged victim because the perpetrator makes good liberal content. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm just, you know what I mean? I just don't understand why this person sees my one video about Denisha that's specifically about her being outed as a predator. And then it's like, hey, I think you might have misogyny against Denisha. What are we, what is that? I don't even know what that is. What is it when you protect people who do bad things because they do good things for you? Hypocrisy? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? So again, I think I'm going to just make it abundantly clear, like, you can keep standing predators and standing Denisha until she comes out with her receipts. And maybe that's what you're waiting for. But I don't care how many videos you send me of her standing up for women's rights if behind closed doors, she's targeting and harassing people. And faking a pregnancy is never okay. That is never justified. Go to therapy. You can't be out here, being so toxic and unhealthy and then expect people to be excited because you have some good TikToks. I don't care how good her TikToks are. I don't care if she has 2 million followers. All she's doing is doing the same thing all these like progressive alleged men do. Be wary of a progressive man, for he will say he is a feminist and rape you behind closed doors. Apparently, Denisha's following like pretty close behind. I'm not interested. Now, again, I would love to see her stand up for herself. I would love to see her put this to rest. It's a pretty big accusation, and I think Khalil's getting enough momentum on it that her not talking about it feels a little Cody Co. It feels a little Cody Co in tandem. You know what I'm saying? You can't just keep making content and pretend it didn't happen. I remember, I saw it. I don't like it. It is too much of a risk for me to run defense for a woman who might actually be a predator and who based off the receipts is. I don't like it. So, with peace and love to this Instagram person, you don't need to keep DMing me. You can unfollow me. If you need to stand her so hard that you ignore all of her bad, we don't need to be on the same team. With peace and love. Okay? There. Peace, love. Bye. Chess says, do you think it's because you're not politically oriented thinking about gaining numbers for a coalition? Yeah, because politics isn't about ethics. It's about winning. Politics would rather team up with rapists than get them out of the party. I'm not interested. I don't want to team up with a rapist. I'm so sorry if that makes me not politically minded because I won't team up with rapists. But yeah, I'm not interested. I won't team up with racists. I'm not teaming up with you. I'm not teaming up with transphobes. We are not on the same side. With peace and love. Like, we're not on the same side. I'm so sorry. Sorry, not sorry. And this is the bullshit that I refuse to tolerate. Okay, in this year of our Lord, FKA Twigs 2025. Okay, in the year of our Lord, FKA Twigs, we are not doing this. Thank you. We are moving forward with our chest out and head held high. Absolutely not. And for those asking why I changed the decoration on my stream and I added in the LGBTQIA flag along with black and brown, and because obviously I need to signal better. Obviously, I need to scream it from the rooftops where I stand. Obviously, I want people to feel invited. And also today's a very gay episode. So we're doing a lot of queer, gay theme today. But I want to make it clear. So when every person, conservative or otherwise, comes onto my channel and sees that flag, it's reminded that we do stand for one thing here. And that's inclusion of all, especially minority status people. But every person who's being targeted by this administration right now. Trump just made a speech yesterday, which included so much transphobia. We have to say something if we can say something, and I am in a very privileged position to say something. I'm a streamer. I have an audience. I have outreach. Share my videos. Send it to your friends. But overall, like, I'm not trying to sit here and play nice with people that are making excuses for bad behavior. And that includes my past self. That includes any of our past selves. I'm not expecting perfection out of anybody, but I'm expecting people to get better. Okay? I am expecting people to grow to the best of their ability for the rest of their life. And right now, I'm in a huge growth spurt. And I hope you all join me on that growth spurt. And then again, with compassion and love. I want nothing but growth for Denisha, but I will not run the risk of supporting a woman who has harassed, stalked, and coerced and violated the consent of a person. It's not going to happen. And I, you know, I don't need people like that in my audience who are willing to make excuses for her because she makes good TikToks. So you can take your accusations of misogyny and racism and do something else with them, because I don't even know how you get off. It feels like the people that defended Bill Cosby and said going after Bill Cosby is racist, like with peace and love. Going after Bill Cosby is justice. This man bragged about giving women Quaaludes. He admitted to it. I don't even know what we're talking about. Like, it's like we need to be able to separate sexual harassment and assault from everything else. Like, at the end of the day, if this did not happen, Denisha needs to say something. She needs to say something. One, so we can apologize, and two, so she can get her reputation back. But if Khalil is right and he's telling the truth and this is truly his story, and she's like a very bad person. She's very dangerous. I mean, what did Malcolm X say? I'm going to butch the quote. But basically, nothing worse than like a white liberal. Okay, nothing worse than a liberal in a party who says they're on your side, but secretly behind closed doors does everything possible to F up your ability to ever be successful or free in this country, right? And that's just not what I'm interested in doing. Thank you. Peace and love. Peace and love. Okay. Any questions, comments, or thoughts? Before we move on. Chet says that's how we get into this mess into the first place. You aren't progressive if you act like that. You just want to be on the right. You just want to be right on your side. And look, I don't even know if Denisha thinks she's a progressive or a liberal. Maybe they just think they're liberals, but who needs liberals? You know who liberals are? Liberals are the people who say that LGBT people deserve rights, but not when their kids are gay. Like, they don't want gay kids. They want other people's kids to be gay. Like, liberals are great until, you know, you bring a brown spouse home. Then it's all of a sudden, it's like, I don't know about that. Like, liberals are great until their kids are the ones being marginalized in a particular way. And again, I love me a liberal who's protecting marginalized communities, but at some point, that's really just moving towards progressivism. You know, there's a stagnation within the Democratic Party, within the liberal bubble that's there that I'm not interested in. We vote liberal. We vote Harris, not because Harris is perfect, but because she's closer than Trump would ever be to the progression we want to make. But there's something inherently wrong with the Democratic Party as it supports Israel and its genocide of Palestine, right? Like, we're not cool with that. So yeah, I'm not interested in your liberal TikTokers when there's so many progressive people we could be watching, you know? Anyways. Okay, now. This video was sent to me by the Discord. Thank you, Discord, for offering us great content to watch. I haven't watched it yet, but I did skip through a little bit just to see the vibe. And today's theme for today's live stream is gay, they, all the way. So we are talking about gay people, queer people. We're having more conversations with the uptick of transphobia in the White House, of anti-LGBT rhetoric. I just want to make sure that we dedicate some of our time to paying attention to those people. And I think it's important to hear those voices, even as queer communities. We're always learning things about our own communities. And so I'm excited. This is called Whoa, What's with the Bisexual Hate? Love it already, by Jake June, small content creator, not even 1,000 subs. But the video is doing really well. 21,000 views 10 days ago. So he's killing it. Let's check it out. Let's pull this baby up. Hopefully the volume doesn't blast out our ears. Let me turn it down a bit. Let's see.
I was always confused about the concept of bisexuality. Not because I didn't believe in them, but more because they could
Yo, his audio, too good. It's too good. How's it sound for you guys?
choose a life that's of the norm, you know, eugenic stuff. But they go through the trouble of exploring both sides. It was something I never understood until I explored my own sexuality. But little did I know the bisexuals are not getting hate for this at all, but for the very prospect of their being. You're either straight or you can't admit that you're gay. False. That is false. But views like this are still rampant today, even inside the queer community and amongst those who call themselves allies. So today we're looking into it in hopes to answer the question, are these people rightfully expressing a preference by refraining from dating bisexuals?
Ooh.
Or are they biphobic? I'm not biased, I swear. It's not
Biphobic. I called it.
true. I'm gonna be very biased.
Where did all the straight people go, huh? Enough. Boys kiss girls, and girls kiss boys. It's simple. And don't say I'm homophobic, because the last thing I am is scared of you guys.
First, I think it's important to define the terms bisexual and biphobic due to them being so
I love that TikTok. Because I'm not scared of you guys. I love
though
it.
commonly misunderstood. The Trevor Project lists the definition of bisexual as the potential to be attracted romantically and or sexually to people of more than one sex and or gender, not necessarily at the same time, not necessarily in the same way, not necessarily to the same degree. And Google says AC/DC is a slang term for bisexual. I did not know that. Huh. Yeah, I thought it was a band. You know, that definition is frankly a little confusing because it sounds an awful lot like pansexual, but Google thankfully predicted this confusion during my research and generated my next search just off. Nope, not that. No, off how is. Okay. Yeah, I think they just worded that differently. But either way, we're going off the Trevor Project's definition for bisexual. The definition of biphobia that we're using for this video is a fear or dislike of people who are bisexual, bi, attracted to more than one gender. Looks like that does include those who are actually afraid, but we shouldn't need that part. It may also be important to note that while I am part of the queer community, I'm not bisexual. So I did a lot of consulting with the bisexuals of TikTok and articles and everything for the video. And these are their stories. There's been a trend that's sprung up in the last few years about women sharing their experiences with their down-low male partners cheating on them.
It's kind of a problem.
Down low, if you don't know the meaning, is a man having secret same-sex relationships while identifying as straight to their partner or other people in their life, like family and friends. These videos are tragic. I mean, these people were cheated on and they were hurt and they're just telling their story. But the use of the term down low has become a replacement term of bisexual, as if bisexual men are the only people that cheat these days.
Ben told me that a friend. Like, how you know? I could have still wanted to be with you. I might have still decided to be with you if you like me. And
But you still
know
can.
that.
You still can.
Can you answer that question genuinely though? Like, do you
No,
really feel like?
I mean, I wouldn't have been
But you
with
got
you.
a smirk
But
on
you
your
know,
face.
I wouldn't have been with you, bro. I ain't gonna.
But you
I ain't
got a
gonna cap.
smirk.
I wouldn't have been with you.
All right,
But
so
you
let
ain't
me
even give
ask
me
you
the
this.
option.
Let me ask you this: Is it because of your past?
What you mean?
Is it because of before me?
That ain't got nothing to do with it.
First off, not cool for him to bring up stuff like that, but let's get to the point at hand. One of the most common excuses when someone says they won't date a bisexual person is because of bad past experiences. They were cheated on, the situation was horrific, they didn't know the person they were dating was bisexual. That doesn't mean every bisexual man will cheat on you. We're gonna hear this a lot in this video. Sexuality does not determine personality.
Ooh, sexuality does not determine personality. Hard agree. I actually saw that. You know how people were homophobic? Speaking of Khalil and Denisha Carter, do you remember how people were very homophobic in his chat, like in his comment section? Because though Khalil is straight, like people thought his more femme mannerisms gave gay. But like that is the problem with stereotyping and assuming that, you know, personality is orientation versus just accepting that, like, yeah, some gay people, super femme, super loud, super, you know, gay. Some straight people, super loud, super femme, super gay. Like, it's a bit of a joke. But, you know, it's like there are certain types of people and they fall into categories. And I think if you're multifaceted like I am, there's like different versions of you. Sometimes I'm like really fast talking, like really, you know, and then sometimes I'm just like completely like monotone, don't even smile, like not even interested. And then some days it's like my body language changes. I think for some of us, it's so fluid that our personality is foundational, but there's like facets of it that change that make people feel like, oh my gosh, like which one is you? And then if you're really hyper queer, some people will point it out as like a performance, but like all gender is performance. Straight people perform gender so often that the White House has to have press conferences about it. Like, what do you think performing gender is? It's reinstating an expectation of behavior based off of assigned like sex, I guess, or gender. Like you're saying there is a performativity, and when people act outside of your assumption or, you know, expectation, then they're performing wrong. There is no such thing as performing gender wrong. But here we are.
The best sign to look out for if he's on the DL, he dresses
Sprinkle, sprinkle.
better than you. That's number one.
Look, I love Sprinkle Sprinkle as a character, but like cheated, is a cheater, doesn't care. Like the way she teaches women to survive in the world is unethical, immoral. It's not joyful. It's bad for everybody. And I don't care if it's a character. She says it's not. She writes books. Like she's funny on TikTok, but her belief system about the world is inherently toxic and misogynistic and not healthy. And honestly, misandrist, but it's not healthy, right? And so for me, like, again, I watch her streams sometimes, like her live streams. And I just think like every time she gives advice, I just think like it's such an interesting bubble because she's actually weirdly like very supportive sometimes of like marginalized communities. But she's also ultimately like, in my opinion, giving very unethical advice about relationships.
He's really meticulous about his style and his looks. He doesn't care about you as a person. He just cares about you as an accessory. You know what I mean? They're not chasing you. When they're not chasing you, of course, when they always want to hang out with men more than they want to hang out with you. All right. When they're going on boys trips a lot, when they want to hurry and introduce you
To be fair, apparently I was down a TikTok rabbit hole of hunter trips, like guys who go on fishing trips with each other. And apparently, rather, the conservatives, they be out here having orgies. And, with peace and love, if a gay Jesus had to come out of the sky and force everyone to be stamped with like a rainbow on their forehead, it would be, I swear to God, like 90% of the population. I genuinely think so. Like, I genuinely think that if there really was a way to tell everyone's fluidity when it came to orientation, a majority of us would be. I cannot tell you how many conservative people are in the closet. Kind of crazy.
to their family so that their family doesn't get a hint and a clue that they're gay.
I was giving a lot of the people making these videos the benefit of the doubt because the use of the term down low made it seem like they had a bad past experience. But again, it's just become a replacement term for bisexual. If you don't want to sound biphobic, say you won't date down low guys. People in the comments are taking it to heart too. This girl straight up gave an apparent description of every down low guy in Cleveland. And some of these comments.
Wait, as a black trans woman in Cleveland, most down low men are dark skinned, have scruffy beards, and don't talk a lot. I have some questions. Any other descriptors? Yep, can we talk? Because I have questions. Living with a guy who looks like what you described. Sure, I messaged you. Sure, and then I messaged you. Huh. Wait, as a black trans woman in Cleveland, most DL men are dark skinned, have scruffy beards, and don't talk a lot. Okay. It's a bit of a... I think they're saying in their lived experience, that's typically the person that slides into their DMs, which so many trans celebrities have talked about how so many men have slid into their DMs, a lot of men in sports. And so, there's a conversation to be had. But again, imagine a world where they could just be free and it didn't have to be on the DL. Like, imagine a world where Denisha Carter didn't have to stalk and harass a man because she wanted more intimacy. She could have just said, hey, I really liked our time together. Would you like to spend more time together? I can bring the condoms if you'd like. But instead, she had to play a game in these DMs and talk about how, like, oh, you don't seem to be giving me the attention I want. I guess you're not into me. Da, 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 da. Like, imagine a world where she could have just been free to say, hey, I'm interested in you and I would love another evening with you. See how we harm our own communities by not giving them options to express themselves? And please remember, all of this is a conversation between adults. Like, for all those conservatives that think the LGBT community is so focused on kids, we're all just talking about consensual intimacy between adults. We shame adults so badly that we don't even know how to treat each other with dignity. We have got to learn to treat each other with dignity. There doesn't need to be any DLs. Why do we even have down low people? Because of homophobia and transphobia. Why do we have people who have to be secretive about their orientations? Because of the administration and people who supported that administration. Shame.
Commenters are going to fuck up their relationships because of it. Not to say that I'm not assuming that these commenters have a good relationship with their partner, but saying every guy that looks like this is down low is insane. Is your boy suspiciously well kept? Gay. But does he have an unkept, scraggly beard? So gay, girl. What are you doing? Does your man hang with his boys without you? Well, he must be fucking them. Does your boy?
No. You know who she's talking about? Fresh and Fit. You know how Myron is like, I would never confide in my woman. I only confide in my boys. You never tell a woman your feelings. You only tell boys your feelings. Kind of gay. Kind of la homosexual, which I can't wait for the day Myron's like, guys, I have to tell you something. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not because I think it's our business if he's gay or not, but I don't understand straight men who say they never talk to their girls, never confide in their partners, and said they have to confide in their boys because women will never understand them. Then why are you dating a woman? Why? Silly. Chat says it would make all the sense in the world if he is. It would make a lot of sense. Chat says, I feel like being queer has made me much more sex positive. I'm the friend that peeps come to for sex advice. And I think my queerness is a big factor in my openness for sure. Same, for sure.
Have the audacity to use it.
You know why? Sorry, hold on, homie. You know why? Because if we can deconstruct homophobia, internalized homophobia, then God knows we can deconstruct a vibrator. You know how many of my straight girlfriends, their male partners are threatened by a vibrator? Can you imagine being so insecure you are threatened by a toy that goes a brrr, brrr. Oh, by the way, you remember that ultimatum with Scotty, and Scotty was like, Zaina, why'd you take your phone into the bathroom at 1:30 a.m.? That has now become a meme in my household. I always tell my partner, I'm going to the bathroom and my phone's coming with me. And he's like, how could you? And I was just like, we have literally been memeing on Scotty since I finished reviewing that show. Because it's so silly. Like, how are you going to be with your best friend, build a life with them, wipe their butt when they get Alzheimer's, and you're threatened by the fact that they take their phone into the bathroom when they poop? Crazy. You know what I mean? Crazy.
Umbrella. Gay, of course. Come on. I've actually seen that so many times. Like, can guys not use umbrellas now? And someone in the last video's comments posted this one. Not to be a complete buzzkill, but I really hate the use of zest.
The thing that he just popped up on screen said, he's so sassy, she knew.
Sassy, sus, to make guys feel like they can't do anything. I get it, it's a joke, but just call me gay. Call me an FAG, because that's the same thing, just reskinned for 2025, so you can seem like you aren't homophobic. FAG. I wrote my script not as FAG, but to say the word outright. But while filming, I had remembered that some gay guys feel uncomfortable saying the word themselves and when other gay guys say it as well. So I got cold feet and compromised. So listen, it might be important to note that I am gay. Yeah, the jig is up. I felt like it would be more fun to not say it in hopes that I would be more mysterious to you guys. Well, that lasted all of 8 videos. No matter what though, it still makes some gay guys uncomfortable, so I'll keep it out of my videos. Unless it's absolutely necessary. You'd never know. Do I think the statement itself that I made is actually true, that calling guys sassy and zesty is incredibly homophobic like I made it seem? Not entirely, no, I don't think it's that black and white. But those words do just kind of irk me a little bit. Zesty, especially. I don't know why. Zesty is just, I don't know what. Sassy I like calling people sassy, but not for this reason. But whatever, let's keep going.
I was with him one time.
No, I'm done. I'm definitely not one that gets caught up on labels. But for me, what I'm searching for is a man to make me feel like a woman. And I just feel like I don't know why Oscar's attracted to me. I've worked so hard to become the woman I've always wanted to be, but when a guy likes other guys, that's just not me. I'm a girl.
When I first watched that video, I was going to talk about it.
Hold on, chat. This is a very controversial Discord. Discord says using something that goes on your face while using the toilet is gross, though. I mean, I'm going to be I could see that. I'm assuming you sit on a toilet and you're holding your phone, or maybe you have it on the counter. I keep mine on the counter most of the time. It's literally just sitting on the counter, right? But I'm assuming before you touch your phone again, you wipe and then you wash your hands and then you touch your phone. Like, I'm assuming when people are on their phone on the toilet, they're not wiping and then touching their phone and wiping and touching the phone, right? I'm assuming they're wiping, washing their hands, grabbing their phone, or that they're using their phone while they're on the toilet, but then they put it down. Right? Like, are you wiping and touching your phone? But also wash your phone case. I just wipe my phone down because I touch my phone when I'm cooking and stuff. You want to talk about dirty? When I'm cooking and I touch my phone, for real. So I'm a little confused, I think. Yeah, chat says, girl, I've bought my vape into the bathroom. I'm not putting my doo-doo hands on that. You know what I mean? Like, everything lives in my bathroom. My toothbrush and toothpaste, which, by the way, close the toilet lid when you flush. Thank you. Like, cover your toothpaste. Oh, keep your toothbrush away from your cat. You know? I don't know. I guess I'm assuming people could be, humans are gross. We're just animals with a toilet. It doesn't mean we're fancy. You know what I mean? But I feel like I take drinks. I take coffee into the bathroom. Like, I don't necessarily drink while I'm on the toilet. But you know what I mean? Like, when I'm doing my hair or my makeup, I'm eating in my bathroom. Like, I'm drinking in my bathroom when I'm doing my hair and makeup for stream. Look how cute I look. I had my drink in there. You know, everything lives in my bathroom. But these things happen at different times. Does that make sense? You know? Discord said, I feel like the grossest thing I do is touch my phone after grabbing handrails or public transportation. Now, that's true. The grossest thing I do is we wash our hands when we come back from the store. You know, we have outside shoes. We try to, but the truth is, like, Chat says, keep your toothpaste away from your cat. Sounds like a very specific recommendation. No, keep your toothbrush away from your cats. I keep seeing these TikToks of cats munching on the toothbrushes. Indiana can't go in my bathroom. She's actually banned. We keep my bathroom door closed. We keep all the bathroom doors closed so Indiana doesn't get into any chemicals or anything. But, the worst thing I've ever done is go publicly shopping and bite my nails. When I used to bite my nails in public, crazy decisions were made. Now that's crazy. But I understand, Discord, the hesitation to bring your phone into a bathroom. But just FYI, guys, we don't touch our phone in between wipes. We wipe, wash our hands, then we touch our phones. Okay. Chat says cats and dogs love to chew on toothbrushes and retainers. They see them as chew toys. Well, okay. Oh, yeah. And then we caught Indiana. What was she doing? She was drinking out of one of our water glasses. And I was like, oh, and I looked at her and I was like, this is why I use mason jars and I put lids on my stuff. Because Indiana just be like, I'm going to lick that. Hey, you know what? She is the third roommate. She can really do what she wants. And that, you know what I mean? I get it. She owns this house. Let's be real.
Like, it was just another reason a woman doesn't want to be with a guy that's bisexual. But in Nikita Dragon's situation, you know, as a trans woman, she might be more wary of it. You know, since that guy likes men as well, Nikita can't feel certain that he's not just fetishizing her. I'm not going to say that it should be okay to generalize all bisexual guys into doing that, but I don't feel comfortable faulting her for it either. As for the fetishization of bisexual women, we'll get to that soon enough. I think people don't talk about that enough.
And ladies, sometimes y'all mess around with men that are bisexual and y'all don't even know it. I can tell you some signs to check it out now. Oh. Ladies, if he comes home one night and he got a hickey on the back of his neck, and always check their drawers at night. Now, if he got boo-boo stains in the back, and the front,
That's a dirty joke. That's a dirty joke. RL with the super chat says, hey, responding to the Denisha, considering something, you started the video saying, I don't like Denisha, could be a confirmation bias on why you are so quick to be against her. RL goes on to say it doesn't really respond to the drama about her. You remember she made a video saying you are on the stage, be the stage, showing she tries not to engage with drama. It's not drama. It's accusations of sexual assault, like of stalking, of coercion, of like, it's not drama. It's literally accusations of what should be a crime. Like, this feels exactly like I'm talking to my Republican parents. They're like, do you really think Trump did all those horrible things? Yes, I do. And I don't have to. He was found guilty, but yes. And he brags about it too. Well, you just don't like Trump. Do you ever think that's your bias against him? I think I don't like him because he is this person. Okay? Chad says he needs to go to the police. You can't go to the police for what she did. Stop saying, I'm going to block you, RL. You've been in my community long enough. Listen to what you just said. There's not laws on the books that allow him to take her to court for what she did. Like, there's not enough. You act like it's so fucking easy. It doesn't matter. The fact is, if she did it, regardless of a conviction, it's fucked up. Trust me, as somebody who's had to go to court over harassment and stalking, they can't do anything for you. You think they can, but they can't. Denisha's not going to get in trouble for this, but we can still hold her accountable as a community by not engaging with her and saying, no, this is not okay. I can't believe people's desire to so quickly defend somebody who, you know, again, unless she wants to come out and prove us all wrong that she didn't do this, did something abhorrent. And as a community, we have got to stop tolerating it. We have got to stop tolerating it. And the Lord, in the year of our Lord, FKA Twigs 2025, girl. Okay? As FKA Twigs said, I was abused by somebody who didn't even care that it was me. They were just picking a new target. Denisha doesn't care about Khalil or anybody else. She cares about the next person who's going to hurt her feelings. And somebody said, I saw a TikTok of a guy who said he was talking to a friend of his, or maybe it was his girl, I don't know. But she said, Denisha's too pretty to be doing this crazy shit. And he said, then when did that become a disqualifier? Crazy to pretty ratio. Like, as much as I'd hate to say it, sometimes pretty people feel entitled to people's bodies. It's the other coin of people who feel extremely unattractive, like incels feeling entitled to people's bodies. It's the opposite side of that. Sometimes very attractive people feel entitled. And when people say no, they don't like that. And it looks like Denisha might be that pretty.
Now, see, he might be bisexual.
I mean, people still deny any biphobia and homophobia, yet can't explain their preference in a way that isn't offensive. It's stand-up, I know, but saying how to know if your man is bisexual, then implying that it for sure means he will, is, or has cheated on you, is biphobic. Sexuality does not determine personality. Though the jokes were very well thought out and well performed. For sure. I don't think I gave credit there. There are common, basic misunderstandings of the meaning of bisexual that most people not in the queer community will never learn about, whether it's because no one taught them or they just never had a reason to research it themselves. Statistically, bisexual men and women typically date the opposite sex at a rate of about 84%, according to a study done in 2020. But a small percentage of them say they only date the same sex, and you'll hear some of them even say they're stuck only dating within their same sex because they haven't had good experiences when their opposite sex partners find out they're bisexual.
Chet says, because this goes wildly against what she publicly stands for. I don't know her backstage. That's fair. But the stuff she talks about is widely different from the person he's claiming she is. Exactly. They always are. Like, that's the thing. Be weary of the people who talk so loudly and behind closed doors are acting differently. That's why people are so upset. But also, some of us saw it coming. Because again, I don't know what version of Denisha everybody's seeing that makes you think she is like truly like progressive, but just because you're liberal does not mean you're progressive. Liberals, basically better dressed conservatives. I said what I said, okay? Especially moving into the year of 2025. Liberals, better dressed conservatives, not interested in their takes. And she is at best a faux liberal, which basically is a conservative, not interested in engaging. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear these liberals and these so-called progressives and these so-called anybody's. It's the same issue that happened with Debate Bro. Brittany, you can't call him out. He's fighting for our side. This is who he is. Yeah, but privately, he's violating people's consent. Like, we cannot just ignore this. But you can ignore it if you'd like every other time. And we wonder why predators get away with stuff. Like, I would love for Denisha to prove us wrong. I would love for another woman not to be, thrown under the bus because of a man. I would love all of these things. But for now, what it looks like is Denisha is a stalker, harasser, coercer. And in my opinion, that is sexual harassment in every capacity, bordering on like mental abuse and maybe like some sort of gaslighting. I'm not interested in engaging with. Okay. Thank you. Chat says, Britt, what do you think of opposite sex partners being okay with your partner getting with somebody of their gender? Britt, great question. What do you think of the opposite sex partner being okay with their partner being with someone of their own gender? Like, when it's like a heterosexual relationship and the guy's like, oh, you can sleep with a girl because it's hot, but you can't sleep with a guy because that's cheating. Do you mean that? That is biphobia. That is a great example of biphobia, lesbian phobia. That is biphobia. That's actually I kind of wonder if that's what he's going to talk about there. But yeah, if you're in a heterosexual relationship and your guy is okay with you sleeping with a woman, but not a man because a woman isn't cheating, that's homophobia, biphobia, lesbian phobia. It's queer phobia. It's literally objectification of that person and their consciousness. It's bullshit and you should dump them. Unless you also agree with that stance. Dump that man. He's homophobic.
I have had gay partners who are ignorant about my sexuality. However, they still are able to be physically passionate. In my experience, those straight women don't even really want to give me a chance. Like, they just feel uncomfortable with the thought of me even being with a man. And that then discourages me from seeking future female partners. And maybe it's because of that, I don't know how to talk to women. And maybe just help me out.
I'm kind of ashamed to say this is one of the only problems I knew they had before researching this video. And again, I thought it was only with guys because that's just, it seems like that's what people typically talk about. I'm sorry, queer women, because you really don't get much recognition. But I'm not forgetting about you in this video, so don't worry. We're getting there. So to really see through the bisexual eye, I decided to dress the part as well. I had baggy cargo pants on deck, so already a win. All that was left to do was cuff them. Then I painted my nails a dark color. I went with black. It just felt right. I'm probably gonna wash this off. My nails are too short right now. If you're gonna go with a light color, you gotta do matte. God, look how short my nail is. Preferably bulky shoes that are not all white. This is just what I had. You could also do Converse, is a great choice. As for the top, we have a flannel to tie around your waist and a t-shirt with cut-off sleeves. Tank top, not acceptable. This shirt's looking a little long, so let's just crop that. Yep, perfect. Next is a necklace of your choosing. This is Nathan Drake's. It's the only one I have. I made it for my Yeti video, and then I ended up scrapping the whole Nathan Drake outfit I was going to do. Ended up going with Pacific Sunwear.
Hold on. Chat says it's more biphobic than homophobic, but it's still disgusting. I mean, homophobia includes gay women as well. So if like he was willing for her to sleep with a lesbian, that's still homophobia. You can call it biphobia, but isn't that like less biphobia? Isn't that like, it's just discounting the gay experience. It's queerphobia, period.
I wouldn't say that was on me. And if you're not in a perpetual state of growing out your hair, get a snapback hat. If you wear all of these on the regular, bisexuality is pretty much guaranteed. Now, if you're gonna say I'm a hypocrite by generalizing all bisexuals to this style, obviously that's not true, but it's more of a community thing than personality, if anything. I think the queer community can like josh around with each other. It's pretty fun. The eroticization of bisexual women by straight men is a factor many don't seem as comparably harmful. People, bisexual guys, often say they have the biggest hardships. Especially on this video, the guys were constantly prefacing their points with,
people doubt bisexuality, especially in men, I feel like.
But I feel like sometimes gay men especially don't let you be both.
And in this video,
I think it's easier for a girl to be her true authentic self, because she could look as masculine or feminine and it's fine, but like, I mean, I go to the gym in like low booty shorts and people are like, oh my gosh.
We talk more about gay men in society than...
We say that, but how many men make millions of dollars a year yelling at women for dressing too slutty at the gym? I understand what he's saying. I do think generally there are certain bubbles where it is more acceptable for a woman to be more masculine or feminine, but actually not so much in a lot of bubbles. Like a lot of very mask people, like very mask people, are very much targeted and discriminated against because it's, you know, there's a difference between like mid masculinity and like hardcore masculinity in terms of aesthetic from a, you know, femme presenting person, whatever that means. But like society will react differently. It depends on your bubble. I would be very cautious and specific about the bubble. But, you know, it's all about performing gender, isn't it? Like everyone wants you to perform gender correctly. And the way you perform gender allows them to be mean to you. That's how people feel. They feel entitled to being mean to you because of how you perform gender. And I'm saying you're not allowed to be mean to people regardless of how they perform gender.
Lesbians.
Like, I promise these are not specific problems to you guys and your group. I've found just as many women explaining their difficulties in the exact same situations you're describing. There's absolutely no need to compare. It's just diminishing other people's problems. And we'll get to the other problems soon. But as for the specific over-sexualization of bisexual women, I found in multiple sources that it can lead to an increased chance of depression in the women in different sex relationships, as well as a direct result of being treated as sexual objects. Like, fair. You know, not feeling as though they're equal in the relationship.
When I've told men that I'm bisexual, it becomes this like experiment to them. And so men are like, go make out with a girl then. With women, it's like, no, all you need is like a little bit of me or something. It's not gonna like switch anything for me. I'm still gonna be attracted to everybody.
But also, according to BPS.org, bisexual women in different sex relationships often report elevated depression symptoms and higher frequencies of bi-negative exclusion and rejections by lesbians and gay men than bisexual women in same-sex relationships do. I know, that sounded like a lot. Researching this taught me so many obscure terms I had no idea existed, but this is the only site I found that used the term bi-negative, and they didn't even like give the definition from the looks of it. It's just
Chat says, I feel like conservative circles, a man dressing and acting feminine is responded to with a unique aggression compared to when women are more masked. I do agree with that, but I would argue it's not women being more masked. It's women being tomboys, which is like mid-mask, or women wearing more modest clothing, which is not the same. Because I know from my conservative circles, if a woman showed up actually looking like a lesbian, like a stud mask you know what I'm saying? And I know stud is specific to Black communities, but like a very specific aesthetic, they would be very threatened by that because they're insecure little babies. But also I agree that they'd probably have a harsher response towards the men since they identify with the men, versus with the women, they see them as like people that might not find them desirable, and there's a threat there. So I think I agree with you. I'm just trying to add context to my thought process, but I agree with you that I would say that they are always going to be more restrictive and hateful towards their own gender expectation in terms of performance. Yeah, okay, I agree with you. Yeah. Chet says, nah, I feel like it's less taboo to be aggressive to men than women. Yes, I think men give themselves permission to be aggressive towards one another because they they think it's like it's a performance of strength when it's a performance of insecurity. Like aggression is a performance of insecurity. You feel insecure, so you're getting aggressive to stand your ground. Like that's what aggression is. It's like Trump and Zelensky. Trump needs to get aggressive with Zelensky because he's feeling insecure, and Zelensky doesn't need to get aggressive with Trump because he's not feeling insecure. Like he's feeling probably confused, if anything, in that moment. Like, what are you doing, dude? Aggression is a form of insecurity, but toxic men see it as strength because they're not willing to deconstruct the aggression in the first place, you know? Discord, or not Discord, YouTube chat says I came home with a nose piercing and dyed hair and everyone called me a lesbian in a derogatory way. Conservative bubbles are so sensitive. Wow. Oh, literally same. Blue hair and a nose piercing. And my parents were like, oh, Lord. And like, just a reminder, regardless of the partners we end up with as pansexual, bisexual people, like we're still gay, we're still queer, we're still, you know, we're still all of the things. I think this narrative that like bisexual, pansexual people who end up in heterosexual perceived relationships are now straight is the myth of homophobia. The myth of homophobia. See, now they're not gay. Nope, still gay, bro. And also, you don't know the gender, you know, of our partners. Our partners, we might be heterosexual presenting, but our partners could be all kinds of genders. And that's the thing is like, just because we're performing gender in a way that you think is like appropriate doesn't mean we're performing gender in the way that you probably think is appropriate.
Just seems like a synonym for biphobic. So that basically meant some people in the queer community don't see a bisexual person in an opposite sex relationship as being one of their own, you know, a poser. The site went on to say that bisexual people feel the need to be in a constant cycle of having sex with individuals of more than one sex to prove their bisexuality. Hold on, I forgot some important words before that quote, so let's go straight to the article. The full section says, in a monosexual community, would a person feel pressured to engage in sexual activity, risky or otherwise? It sets an impossible double standard that implies bisexual people need to be in a constant cycle of having sex with individuals of more than one sex to prove their bisexuality. The next part still holds up though, trust me. But to be honest, just find different friends at that point. Like if the people that you know put so little effort into understanding who you are that you have to keep proving it to them, then just tell them to get fucked.
Yeah, I think that's important actually. Chat says a lot of us end up in hetero passing relationships because of the backlash we get from our own community. Well, and I think it's just a numbers game, to be honest with you. I think it's also like a journey. So individual queer and straight people are on individual journeys, but as a community, people are moving pretty slowly. So chat says in the Black community, most Black women refuse to date bisexual men. And it breaks my heart and also forces many Black men to sneak and lie, causing more harm and continuing a vicious cycle. I think as a community, we're all moving slowly, but as individuals, we're breaking those generational curses and cycles. And I've gone through so many phases of my life where it was more convenient to date men at certain stages than to date women. But also I was always dating everybody. Like I've always dated everybody. I know I've made podcasts in the past, like I'm dating men now, I'm dating women now. But the truth is like, I was always dating everybody. I think I just like wanted to talk about it in a way that felt free, but I think sent the wrong signal to people. Because I wasn't actually saying no to dates with women or dates with men. Like, it's not like I'm just saying I'm putting a focus on it, but people don't get the difference. But I think it kind of takes like if you're focusing on a specific gender, and then eventually I just wanted to focus on no gender. Like, I think I made the decision eventually to focus on no gender, like not to be focused on the gender, but the consciousness. And that was the best decision I ever made. The best decision about love I ever made was that the gender didn't matter. Now, of course, I'm pansexual, so I have that luxury or privilege, meaning I have more options. The chances of finding my partner are higher. And though I think everyone has the same chances, when I say chances, I don't mean micro chances, I mean macro chances. So micro, your chances could be harder or smaller, but macro chances meaning they exist. So if you're a lesbian, you have the same macro amount of high compatibility partners on the planet, but micro wise, it might be harder to find those partners if you can never move out of your country that's deeply homophobic and you never have a chance to like be around out and proud lesbians. Okay. Or bisexual, pansexual girls. So again, when we're having these conversations, I don't know who's listening. We live in a global community. There's lots of us with different cultural backgrounds and limitations and stuff, right? But I would say individually, if you could just sit with your consciousness and ask yourself, like, do these things matter to me and how do they play out? And I think the greatest strength I ever gave myself was to form a community with me and my partner and to form a community with myself. I know we think of community as more than us, but I think sometimes community should just be you and then commune with yourself, right? And then community can be in your partner, commune with each other. And then community can be you and your pet. And then that's, you know what I mean? But I think outside of that, then we have our larger communities. But I think sometimes our larger communities just don't and shouldn't have a say in our personal communities. You know, our personal communities are our personal bubbles, and that's none of your business. And if you want it to be your business, you either be an ally or you can fuck off. No one who's not an ally can get into the personal bubble. You know? Yeah. Chad says, so what about the biological factor where men and women are naturally selective to get together? That's just not a thing. I don't know where you learned that. Did you learn that somewhere? Who taught you that? I don't think I understand what you're saying. So what about the biological factor where men and women are naturally selective to get together? Yeah, I don't know what that means. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you're referring to. You know, I don't know what you mean. Do you mean that like straight people are attracted to each other? Is that what you're saying? Like you're having a biological experience where straight people are attracted to each other? Like, yes? You said, okay, so how do homosexual relationships survive? I'm just confused. I don't know what you're asking. I know what you think you're asking, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think you know what you're asking, right? How do homosexual relationships survive? They live and die together. What do you mean? Like everybody else? Do you think it's different? What do you mean? How do they survive? Like, how do single people survive? What do you mean? They just exist. Like, I don't think you know what you're asking. Would you like to rephrase the question? You know, like, no descendants. Descendants are not a priority. They don't matter. That biological imperative isn't universal, never has been universal, and it's a myth that it has been universal. It is not a universal experience. It is simply a categorizable one. So if you fall into the category where you feel like you have to procreate, I feel like there's two levels of people who engage with making children because they think they have to. One, biological experiences that are like on the lowest level of introspection. So you haven't deconstructed birthing people. Or two, like people who genuinely have deconstructed and feel a calling to being a parent, right? And creating that thing. But which category do you fall into? Because if, you know, I think it's very caveman to think you have to make a baby. But if you're in that line of thinking, in that bubble where like, ooh, people make babies, like, yeah, you're like a caveman. But if you become more introspective with your biological experience like I did, I wanted babies my whole life. I was like, my caveman brain was like, Brittany, make babies. My whole caveman brain, my whole life since I was 9 years old, like very young, was like, make babies. Like I was so excited to be a mom. Then I decided not to make babies. And I deconstructed my need to make a baby, went through a mourning process of not being able to have a baby by choice, and decided I didn't want to be the kind of parent who didn't live up to my own standard. And because I have a standard for parenting, it means I can't just make a baby because I feel entitled to one. It means I have to make a baby when I think I'm ready to be a parent. And I don't think I fit my own standard of parenting, so I can deconstruct and allow myself to have that relationship, right? The baby isn't here for me. The baby is here for itself, its future, right? You said it's definitely a spectrum. I'm not going to have children with my partner, but I still get the raised children instincts. Okay, I think that's a really fair experience and we'll still get them. I think it's different for everybody. You know what I mean? You said I accept that it's okay to have these biological instincts. Well, it's obviously okay. Like I still have the desire to be good to children. Like I still have a desire to like care for children, but I don't have a desire to be a mother anymore. It went away. And I don't have the desire to raise a family. That went away. And I don't have the desire, and that's like a change in me, but I think you can have a different relationship with your biological experience by introspecting and deconstructing. I think you can literally change how you experience and how you feel about life. But I don't think it's wrong that people have a biological drive to have babies, right? Like, I don't think that's unethical. So I think we're on the same page in that regard, you know? But yeah, I think I'd love to live in a world where people who wanted to be parents and were willing to like do what it took to be good parents, that they were supported in that endeavor. And then people who decided not to become parents for whatever reason were supported in a different endeavor, you know? Yeah. So, you know, I love that people have the desire to be parents. I think that's so good, as long as it comes from a really authentic place and not from a place of pressure, you know? But yeah, congratulations to all the new parents in the world. 300,000 people are born every day. May we work to make that, you know, that a world a little bit better for them. 300,000 new babies every day, guys.
They're not worth it. I mean, you don't owe anyone proof. You don't owe anyone an explanation of who you are. Baby queer. I think it's impeccably important to... Impeccably? Is that the right word? Yeah, let's roll with it. I think it's impeccably important to mention the term baby queer. So the meaning is an LGBTQ person who is newly out, newly active, unsure about their identity, queerness, or young compared to other members of the community.
but I'm so conditioned to be like, oh, they're a baby bi. Like, are they going to leave me for a man? Or they are actually a lesbian.
She did use the word conditioned, you know. Chat says, I'm assuming that's worldwide. Yeah, globally, 300,000 children are born globally. According to the Google search I did yesterday, because I've been watching this documentary series, and it mentioned a lower number, 200,000. I was like, it can't be 200,000 now. And it, according to the latest census, was 300,000 globally are born, and 100,000 maybe are dying every day.
It turns out, are they going to eventually bi shame me?
I've seen queer people express this quite a lot. I mean, with someone who's been out for a long time, they've explored the community, they know what they want, but since baby queers haven't yet had the chance, the possibility that they'll want to explore more in the future makes the current relationship feel much more likely to fail. The more recent girl had all the telltale signs of being in her first queer relationship. I told her that she would have to lead the physical side of our relationship because I want her to feel comfortable, and she's never had sex with a girl before. We've been seeing each other for 2 months and have not gone farther than a gentle kiss, which is fine, but I was starting to suspect maybe she wasn't sure if she was gay. All this to say, how do you guys feel about dating newly gay people? Does it go like this often? I have to deal with homophobia on a daily basis. I don't want it from my partner. Completely fair to ask for. It's difficult to navigate in that situation.
Yeah, I'm so privileged in a sense because I've known I was queer since I was a kid. So it's different for me, right? Like, it's so hard. Like, I've never really had this problem. I can't remember. I don't think I've ever dated a girl or a non-binary person that wasn't 100% sure they were queer. Yeah, I've never had this experience. Oh my God, I'm so lucky. I really haven't. I've never had, I can't remember. I might be forgetting somebody. Ugh, memory is so fickle. I might be forgetting somebody. But yeah, I don't think I've ever dated a girl that wasn't sure, or a fat person that wasn't sure they were into. Yeah, that's so fascinating, huh?
Because it's not uncommon for newly out people to identify as bisexual.
No. Chat says this is so funny to me because you can't be newly gay but newly out. Also, none of the problems with dating can be avoided by being a veteran gay. No. You know who I think they're talking about? I think they're talking about people who turn 40 and realize they're gay. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I've literally known I was gay since I was a child, pre-puberty. But I am down a TikTok rabbit hole this week of people, or the last few weeks, of people who are literally realizing they're queer later in life. And I'm like, what? Like, I'm allosexual. Like, I was like a little kid and I was like, I like that. I like the Sailor Moon. I like that. Jupiter, I like that. Mars, Mercury, I like that. And I was like a little kid, like in kindergarten. I was like, that, I like that. And I was like, yo, Tuxedo Mask, and I like that. You know, Prince Diamond, I like that. Queen Beryl, I like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I was like a little girl, I was like, that's what I like. I like all of these people. I want to be with all these people. You know what I'm saying? As a child, imagine being like 40 and being like, do I want to be with women? I'm like, so they're having like a different experience, which is so valid. But I think that's who they're referencing. Because who else, like when we say baby gay, I'm confused. It's obviously a bubble term. But I think what's really important is like new to the community gay and new to being gay are two different things. You could be new to gay and you could be new to being in the community, but they're not the same thing. They're not the same thing.
Sexual before identifying as something else in the future. It gives them the ability to explore both sides however they want while they figure themselves out. But
hold on. Chat says, do you think dating non-cis men would be equivalent to cis men? Do you think dating non-cis men would be equivalent to dating a cis man? Equivalent? I don't know. I think dating anybody is a beautiful experience because you're in love regardless of consciousness. Like, there isn't, people ask me as a pansexual person, like, oh, do you ever, because you're monogamous, do you ever wish you could be with different genders? No, because I'm not objectifying my sexual partners, because I'm not sleeping with you because of your gender. I mean, yes, maybe if you're gay or something, you might be sleeping with people because of their gender, though I would argue that most people are probably more in the middle. You know, so, oh, chat says, sorry, the context was that the risk of dating men. Oh, I think the risk is only, I think the risk is only higher dating a trans man or a cis man based off of how those people were raised in society. So if the trans man has internalized a lot of misogyny and is playing out a toxic masculinity role in their experience, then it doesn't matter. If the cis man was deconstructing since they were a child because they were raised in a specific household that allowed misogyny to be deconstructed as they were raised, they might be safer. It's the misogyny and the patriarchy that needs to be deconstructed as children that we need to stop before it follows into adulthood. So regardless of cis or trans, it's going to come down to how were you raised.
As advice for this person, as the comments below also say, stay on your dating profile that you're looking for people who are, confidently and openly queer. That's about all you can do, as well as not dating anyone that young, I guess. Anyone under 21 is a no-go for me. I'm 22, FYI. I'm not I don't look older than 22, I don't think. Not in like a vain way. I just don't look very masculine. Do I? I don't know.
First of all, we've got the biphobic lesbians. Listen, explain it to me how you want. They cheat more. I want a lesbian that understands my experience. That's not biphobic. I've heard it all, and I hate to break it to you, love, but if upon learning that a girly pop that you find attractive is bisexual, you decide that you are no longer attracted to her and no longer want to sleep with her, that's biphobia.
Awesome take in my opinion, but the comments are pretty split. The one I was going to respond to has been deleted maybe? I don't know. It's gone now. And most of the comment section is on her side, at least the most liked ones. You go underneath one of these to replies. Oh my God. One of these comments, I wrote it in my notes. I don't see it on here anymore though, but it was the fact that they like dick is repulsive to me. Like, biphobic. Like, what the fuck? The utter dislike of their lifestyle. We covered that back in the biphobia definition, girl. And that they'll cheat more excuse directly plays into the stereotype that all same-sex attracted people are promiscuous, can't be trusted, and sleep with other people.
Okay, bro. Chat says, do you know Young M.A, the rapper? Do you feel like she has internalized misogyny? Love Young M.A. I really loved her first album. I don't know if she ever came out with more, but I used to listen to it on repeat on my road trips. I think all women suffer from internalized misogyny until they deconstruct. So I think all people born into patriarchy have to deal with deconstructing misogyny regardless of gender. So yes. I don't know if she's deconstructed. I don't know where she is on her journey now. I don't know what she's dealing with now because she's in such a specific bubble, a very male-dominated bubble. But my automatic answer is going to be yes, because I think every single person on the planet raised in patriarchy is going to have to deconstruct gender, misogyny, racism, colorism. Like, I think we really take for granted how impacted a lot of the planet is by colonization and patriarchy and all of these things, right? Like, I'm not saying, I'm just trying to explain from a very matter of fact perspective that human beings are these animals on a planet that are having experiences and everything's so confusing to us. So we're born into these bubbles that try to explain it and make sense of our confusion. But our bubbles are also confused. They just don't know it all the time. And so we're sitting here very confused about each other. And I think the problem I'm going to have is knowing who's listening, who am I talking to, how do I explain this to people? Because I'm sure some people hear that and go like, well, I don't struggle with those things. Look, everybody's prejudiced and bigoted in their own ways. And then we deconstruct. The question is how, right? You guys know I work on my misandry, in my household, in a Syrian household, it's not that uncommon to have to deal with racism or colorism or homophobia or transphobia. It's just really prevalent. I mean, they're religious. They're so weird too. Like, all of us are so obviously, we obviously just need to work on things, but also we can't aim for perfection. So it's going to be a journey and it can just feel exhausting. But do I think Young M.A suffers from internalized misogyny? Sure, like everybody does. But I don't know where she is on her current journey. Chess says, how do we achieve a matriarch? Well, I don't think that should be the goal. I don't want that to be the goal. I just don't think we should have... Why? I think the future is genderless. I'm not looking for a matriarchal society or a patriarchal society. I'm looking for a genderless one. Chat says, is it impossible to perform your gender without internalized misogyny, like hair removal? Yeah, absolutely. I think that's where deconstruction comes in. Absolutely. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Example, I often have my leg hair. Like, I often don't shave my leg hair because it's just like, I don't care. But I always shave my armpits every day. Why? Because it itches. because I don't like the feeling. Even a day old armpit hair, sensory issues up the ass. That's autism, not misogyny, you know? But my leg hair, I had to deconstruct it from a misogynistic perspective. My leg hair, I had to learn to feel confident wearing dresses with leg hair, wearing shorts with leg hair, wearing heels with leg hair. Yeah, like I had to work on that, you know? That was really important for my journey. And now I don't even think about it. Now, again, I shave when I want to. Right? I do shave when I want to, but I don't always shave, right? I don't think about it as something I need to do versus in the past. Guys, one time I didn't have sex with someone because my pubic hair was shaved in a funny shape and I didn't want them to make fun of me. Now I wouldn't even think about it. I'd be like, hair or no hair, funny shape or no funny shape, we're having sex. There was literally, this was like 15 years ago, literally did not have sex with someone because I was like, I don't like the way I shaved. You know, when I tell you I've gone down the journey, when I tell you I used to be so embarrassed to wear shorts because I thought my knees looked funny. And now, girl, I don't even care, girl. I don't even care. You know what my husband said to me the other day? You know what she said to me? She looked at me, went like this. She went, and I was like, what? What's on my face? And I was like, oh, it's my beard, isn't it? And they're like, it's so prominent right now. And I love you anyways. I can feel it when we kiss. And I was like, yeah, well, I can feel yours when we kiss. And then like, it's a big joke for us. Like, they don't care if I have hair on my face. I care because I can feel it when I do this. And I don't like that feeling. So I do shave my mustache and my beard, right? But us being openly talking about it was something that young Brittany could never have handled. Young Brittany would have felt mortified just having a single hair on my chin. Now my partner literally pulls them out for me. I'm like, you want to pull my chin hairs out, bro? And they just sit there and pull my chin hairs out. You know what I mean? Like, that was something that would have been so mortifying to me like a billion years ago. So, you know, these things take time. We all go on a journey. We have to do our own journey of deconstructing and feeling confident about those things that people have trained us to feel bad about. You know, Chess says, wait, I missed it. If this is a gay guy making this video, this is a gay man. Discord recommended this video by Jake June. Here, I'll link the video in chat as we continue to watch. Jake June is their name. Cool name. Love it. June is Pride Month, you know. Chess says, I spent so much of my teenhood and early 20s never ever wearing shorts because I was so worried about cellulite. Oh my God, right? Totally. And now I don't even think about it. Girl, my legs, if I scrunch up my legs just right, the whole leg just looks like Celluliteville. You know, what are you going to do? You know what are you going to do? You know, it's just like, it kind of looks cool to me anyways. My stretch marks, I wish they were more prominent because they look like lightning strikes. They look really cool. So, you know, yeah. All right. Did I miss any other questions that I should answer? Doesn't look like it, but I love all these comments. Okay, let's go.
I don't know why I did that. I thought it was going to be even. Look at that. Fuck. I might have another cutoff, actually. There we go. Different vibe, but it works. Yeah, the stereotype that all same-sex attracted people are promiscuous, they can't be trusted, they will sleep with other people. This view, from what I've found, is mostly traced back to the beginning of the gay rights movement, when it would be uncovered that the down-low gays of decades ago would go to bars or clubs, or just in general safe spaces where they can be themselves.
And by the way, gay men have been cheating on their wives for centuries because of homophobia. You know what I mean? And I'm saying homophobia creates a whole cycle of non-consensual behavior. We need to deconstruct that, right? We want to move into a forward of consensual community. And consent starts with allowing people openness, right? Discourse said, I also think the discussion around people for whom gender is a filter in our attraction needs to be better. This idea of sleeping with someone because of their gender being objectifying is kind of off to me. Because of their gender or because they happen to be that gender framing, I wonder. Yeah, obviously, like when we're having this conversation about picking somebody because of their gender, there is obviously some context that probably should be known ahead of time. Right? Like there should be, you know, it depends on the situation we're talking about, the why you're doing what you're doing. I think it all comes down to why. And we have to make sure that we're not using the word like, you know, well, that's just like my preference as a way to also escape any responsibility of like racism or ableism or any of those other things, but also being honest with what we think we can handle. Do you know what I mean? So I think for me, when I say like it's objectifying to pick somebody because of their gender, I mean it to be the same way that you would say, I don't mean it to say for people on the binary of like gay and straight. Though I would argue that that could be deconstructed for a lot of people who think they're binary, gay or straight. Because I don't think very many people are binary, gay and straight, personally. I think if we really deconstructed, most people wouldn't actually have a preference for gender. I think preference for gender is baked into us through social constructs. And there's going to be a rare biological experience in which that is very important and very likely to change over time. Biologically, like biology is fluid in many ways. And so we can move through our experience of these things, and human beings can build skyscrapers. God forbid they change genders. You know, we believe in gods with no gender. God forbid, you know, you experience a lived experience where you're fluid in your language. So I think when I'm saying like choosing a partner because of their gender, same thing about like the straight heterosexual relationship where the man thinks that the woman is hot when like, it's like homophobes who love gay porn, like lesbian porn. They're objectifying their gender, their orientation, their bodies, everything about them, and they're not seeing the person for who they are. So anytime we do that, I just think there's a form of objectification that's coming into play here. So it's very scenario based, right? I don't want to discount people who are having a binary experience, but I think the argumentation that it's the majority of the experience is not anecdotally my lived experience. Anecdotally, I met more people that after deconstruction were much more interested in gender fluidity, attraction fluidity, that they were more interested in people than gender. And I just wonder what would the world look like if it was more honest with itself in that regard. You know, who knows though, right? But yeah, if you know, whatever.
And, you know, probably cheat. It was life-changing, life-destroying for them. I mean, they had to hide who they were and would in turn hurt the people they used to keep up the facade of their heterosexuality. This began the belief that they could not be trusted in a relationship. So when it comes to being bisexual, it's even more difficult because people just assume, oh, there's more people you can cheat with. There's just that itself means it's a more likely chance. It's, I think, adhering to a very old stereotype that is extremely dated, and I'm surprised even inside the queer community that is prevalent. A study
because queer communities suffer like everybody else, and we move at the pace of society unless you deconstruct from the bubble. I love my queer community, but you should even deconstruct from the community. You know how yesterday we talked about the burden of community? Community keeps you stagnant and it helps move you forward. Your community can help you move forward because with numbers, we move forward in greater droves. Like that's beautiful. But also communities can keep you stagnant because communities slowly grow over time. So you have to, like, we have to consider that as people. That's why my work is focused on you as a consciousness individually in the world and how that relates to the community. Instead of centering our whole life around the community, which I've tried for so much of my life, but was never joyful in it. I just can't be happy. My communities are great, but they're so stagnant. I can't go back to queer communities where we're debating if bisexual people are valid. Like, please, I'm so tired. You know what I mean? I can't go back to communities of, you know, people of color where they're just still arguing about gay and lesbian people. I'm so bored, please. Like, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I can't wait for you to catch up. I have got to go live my life. And if I waited for my communities to catch up, I would be miserable. But that doesn't mean that my communities don't deserve our support and I don't want to encourage them to move faster. And those people are going to have kids and I want to be there for those kids. But bro, if I waited for my communities to catch up, you know what I mean? I would just be so behind. You know, I would just be so behind. But I love my communities and I can't wait to see them grow, right? Chat says, just checking, what pronouns do you prefer? I think I prefer all pronouns. It depends on the context. Like, I feel like I'm so fluid in my relationship with gender that I feel most validated when the pronouns fit the moment. But I don't expect anyone to worry about that. So don't even worry about it, girl. I know how I feel, you know, so use whatever pronouns works for you. But I feel like my pronouns change with what state of gender that I'm in. So I don't really need you to read my mind in that way. Don't worry about it, you know? But thank you for asking.
done at UCLA in 1997 shows a clear depiction of what the view was on bisexual people back then. A poll taken asked participants to rate couples based on gender and sexuality, specifically mixed, bisexual, and heterosexual. The results showed an astounding majority belief that bisexual people are more likely to cheat, but also that they're better at sex, so that's pretty cool. As you've seen, the stereotype persists today, when truly it's about the kind of person your partner is that made them cheat, not being bisexual. Sexuality, say it with me, sexuality.
Did you guys see the anime Hell's Paradise? Do you know the bad guys in Hell's Paradise? They're like very like fluidy, gendery magic creatures. That's my gender. That is my gender. If you guys want to know what my gender is, that's my gender. That's it. That would be the dream. If I could have the magical power to morph my body into different genders, like that is my gender. Whatever that is, that's my gender. You know? Yeah, I had a lot of complaints about that anime, but I will say the imagery, the gender imagery, fire. So good. Very love. Very recommend just for the fluidity of it all, you know?
Sexuality does not determine personality. The issues people have with bisexuals have changed over the years. I mean, for example, gay men and women are more likely to say the same sex bisexuals they're dating, just like haven't fully come out yet. That they're actually completely gay, just uncomfortable with. This isn't unique to gay men and women, of course, but they were just the majority referred to throughout my research. Due to the inherent difficulties that queer people face, or someone lacking the ability and or resources to understand their sexuality, it's not out of the ordinary for someone to come out as bisexual before realizing that they're gay or something else. No matter the later outcome, bisexual or not, it does a disservice to people in the situation to discount what they feel. Just let people be, goddamn. Like, to the baby queers, I'd say go unlabeled until you figure yourself out. The second you attach a label to yourself, it's quite annoying to distance yourself from it if need be in the future. I mean, it's like coming out twice. It sucks ass. And if you use bisexual as a placeholder, that takes reliability away from people who are actually bisexual, perpetuating the stigma that it's just a phase for them. And to the bisexuals, I really gotta know, what is the difference between you and pansexuals? Just respectfully, I'm curious.
And it's honestly just such a game changer to actually be attractive because of your sexuality and not feel like you have to hide it. If you're dealing with someone right now that doesn't like that you're bi, then honestly, to them, because they are missing out on how amazing you are. So yeah, just don't take anyone's bullshit, be yourself and be proud, and I promise you, the amount of girls that come up to me and be like, yeah, I'm really into like two guys being together, that's my biggest fantasy. I'm like, babe, sign me up, sign me up.
What did I tell you, huh? Nails, cutoffs? You know, this video took a while. I do intend to upload every 2 weeks, but you know, I do live right next to LA, so the fires were affecting us. Didn't even get any smoke over here. No fire was that nearby. Got the high winds. The power was turned off here on my days off 3 weeks in a row. So other people in worse situations, obviously, lost homes, all of that. So yeah, I really wasn't able to work on the video for a while. Those are the days I typically do it. And I got Assassin's Creed Black Flag again. I almost maxed out my ship. I'm so close, and then I'll stop. But really, you should see me every 2 weeks from now on.
Okay.
2 to 3 weeks. No, two weeks.
So this is Jake June. Let's see what the comments are like. Sexuality does not determine personality. This, thank you. Born like this for years. Oh no, been like this for years, unfortunately. Being out as bi on Tumblr in 2013. A bit like being thrown to the lions. I'll never forget being told by a lesbian that it was my fault my boyfriend beat me when I was 14 because you choose to be with men. Damn, bro, that's fucked up. The biphobia against men from women is crazy to me. I'm a bi woman and my fiancé is a bi man. He's been my best partner. Him having experiences with dating men, honestly, I think made him more sympathetic to what dating is like for women. I feel he just has a perspective that straight men I've dated don't. And I never saw him less of a man. That's the other narrative I don't buy into because it's not my bubble. But you can't be less of a man to me because there's no such thing as a man. Like if you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't date somebody who cared about being a man. Like I can't marry somebody who cares about being a man. And I learned this as I was going on my like one person dates. Like this whole thing of like, I don't see you as less of a man. It's more like, I don't see you as less of a person. Like you're dignified in my eyes, regardless of your gender. So using language like he's not less of a man is in my mind, like binary language that I don't subscribe to. You know what I mean? But if I was jumping into that bubble, I could use that language. Like when I talk about my brothers, I'm like, you're not upholding your standard of manhood to yourself, which is valid. Like binary people on the, they're allowed to have a desire to be like a good woman, a good man. That's valid. But, I'm not in that bubble anymore. Like I'm in for my own personal life, in a bubble where it's not about you being like a good man or a good woman. It's about you being a good person. Because I think really people live in certain binary bubbles where they truly believe like women are inherently bad or men are inherently bad. And I just want to be abundantly clear. Like, I don't believe that. I don't think you're born bad. I don't think your baby infant sons are going to grow up to be bad people because they were men. And also, we don't even know what they're going to grow up to be. They haven't told us yet. So we're going to raise them in a particular way. And I think that's fine as long as they're growing up in a bubble where they're allowed to deconstruct that. Like, I don't think it's wrong to raise kids with gender as long as you give those kids an option to deconstruct that gender, right? I think the issue is, not giving the kid the option. It's not like giving the kid a gender, Some parents don't give their kids genders at all, which is like fine. I think I'd probably take a more neutral stance, like teach them to survive in the world first and teach them those differences than have my kid feel alienated at the start. But at the same time, like I would tell my kid at home, this is a safe space to be who you are. And you can let us know who you are, because I don't want to put my kid in front of the like lion's den just because I'm there. You know what I mean? But at the same time, if my kid ends up coming out so young that they end up being put there, I want them to know that like their parents have their back, period. And I think that comes down to community and family. Like, I think a lot of queer people are in the closet. I think a lot of LGBTQAI people are living within our bubbles, like our family bubbles, and we pick and choose closeted behavior. And that's just not realistic ultimately. I remember I was dating a guy, a very nice guy. We both came from pretty conservative backgrounds, but we were both very open-minded. And I remember him and I were talking about what our life would look like to our families. And I said, I don't really talk to my family about my stuff like that. And I couldn't have foreseen what the future would hold politically. But I wonder if that relationship would have fizzled out. It did fizzle out, but I wonder if it would have fizzled out in a marriage. Like, I wonder if I think it would have been settling had we gotten married, but I'm trying to play a hypothetical here. I wonder if it would have fizzled out when they realized, like, I'm not going to say nothing. Like, I come to stream ready to say something. Look at me. I put a little gay banner. Look at me. Look at my little inclusion flag. Like, that, I don't care what my family thinks. Like, at this point, it's about being on the right side of history. At this point, it's about doing the right and ethical thing. At this point, like, I will stop talking to everybody in my life if they continue to push the narrative that they're the good people because they're bigoted. Like, with peace and love, you don't need to talk to me for the rest of your life. If you genuinely refuse to deconstruct to some extent, like, I will be compassionate. I will be loving. I love those people. They're good people. Good people do bigoted things. Even bigots have good sides to them. Doesn't make up for the bigotry. I don't care how good you are. It doesn't make up for the bigotry. I never want anything bad to happen to anybody. I don't want violence to occur, but at the end of the day, like, my family is this bubble here and this family here is progressive and we are fighting for people's basic rights. Basic rights. This audacity to say that our basic rights are asking too much. Girl. Basic, girl. Basic. All right. Now, great video. We love to see it. I'll even subscribe. You guys can check out his videos. Let me see. I will link the video once again. You guys can check out his videos. Beep boop bop. Now. Okay. Now. Okay, I want to watch this next video, but I have to tinkle. So I will be right back, and then we'll get into the next video, which I'm very excited for. I hope YouTube lets me play it. There's a high probability that YouTube might not let me play the videos I have planned for today. So if that happens, I have other backups. But let's hope they let us play it. Okay, I really hope so. I will be right back.
watch a video.
Really? What?
Oh, just some scary movie.
Can I be the helpless victim? Okay, let's see. No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.
Dun, 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 dun. All right. All right. Okay, so I just found a new channel on YouTube. It's called Them. Okay. It's very LGBT focused. Love that. I found 2 new channels that are kind of like very LGBT. Well, this one is specifically called Them. You know what I mean? So I thought that would be pretty cool. It's called Trans Women of All Ages Discuss Chasers, Polyamory, and Dating. Shortish video. Thought it could be exciting to go over. I thought it would be fun. So I'm kind of excited to watch it with you. I think it'll be great. Chat says, Brittany, is it dry or cold where you are? Why do you ask? Do you mean inside the house or do you mean outside? Croatia is very cold right now. It's like anywhere from 0 degrees Celsius to 10. And that's cold. You know? That's cold for me. You know? Oh, Chad says I've watched it with my boyfriend recently. Oh, fun. This video is a few weeks old, 2 weeks old. So I'm very excited to watch it. I think it'll be so much fun. I'm very excited. Okay, here we go.
Today you will be hearing a series of hot takes, some from you all and some from the staff here at Them. And within those, you will be trying to guess if different age groups agree or disagree. The age groups will range from the 20s and go all the way up to 50 plus. Okay, we're gonna start with the 20s. T for T dating is no better than dating cis people.
Ooh, T for T dating is no better than dating cis people. Like better in terms of like, oh, like we're better than you because we're dating T for T versus like, oh my gosh, you're dating like a cis person. I can't believe you.
I think the 20s group is kind of in between because they're really open to all these days.
I think the 20s is getting better.
You think the 20s is more open-minded than other generations?
I think so.
You think I'm
Okay, so older generations are saying what they think younger generations would say.
more open-minded?
I hope so.
Are you single?
I am a single woman, yes.
I am not.
Nobody's business.
Yes, I am single. At my age, you become very comfortable.
How long you been single?
I've been single for quite some time.
5 years, 10 years?
40s? Everyone looks so young. I wonder if being gay also helps you stay young looking. Or maybe it's just because she's black. Or they're black? I don't know anyone's gender, actually.
3 years. 2 years.
32 or 2?
2 years.
Oh, I thought you said 32 years.
No!
I love this shirt.
Giving me too much age.
It's sunscreen. I'm just saying. Maybe being gay keeps you young. We actually, wait, no. There is an issue within the queer communities to look young. There is a little superficiality in some of our bubbles, to be fair. We fall for the same rhetoric that heterosexuals have to deal with in terms of staying young. Gay boy communities, y'all know. What's the new thing? Twink death. Yes, chat, twink death. That's like the new, I hear it so often. I heard a teacher on TikTok say, my students in middle school asked each other, what's it like experiencing twink death now that you have? And I'm like, they're in middle school. That's so funny.
Here, okay?
So I think that you all 20-year-olds have more of a balanced pool to date from as far as cis or trans. So I think you all agree.
Well, I have several thoughts. So I think your generation's more ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous?
Ambidextrous.
Okay.
How you spell that?
Fuck you. I'm here in this section.
All right.
What's dating been like for you?
Yeah, dating has been pretty difficult, I'd say.
Dating for me has been a mixed bag.
It helped me learn more what I want in a relationship and who I'm actually attracted to and who I just kind of want to look at for a while and then never see again.
Oh.
I don't date. I don't have time. I don't have time. I've been in relations.
Why is this eyeliner? You know, blue and green eyeliner really is as beautiful as the ocean.
With the whole damn community. And I've had to make the conscious decision that no one person can handle all the responsibility I have to take care of a community.
How you pinning?
I'm kind of where Cayenne is. I feel like there really is no difference because at the end of the day, like, you know, men are men. However, when you're dating T for T, they kind of do understand what there really is no difference because at the end of the day, like, you know, men are men.
That means what I think it means, right? Like, amongst our own, hilarious. With the heterosexuals watching, do you know what I'm saying? Like, is that, ooh.
Really is no. I'm kind of where Cayenne is. I feel like there really is no difference because at the end of the day, like, you know, men are men. However, when you're dating T for T, they kind of do understand what.
Are they talking about trans men or trans women? Are they talking about, because I don't know if they're straight or gay or bisexual, pansexual. I think she's saying that dating a trans man is the same as dating a cis man. Okay. So because I thought it was like the other one for a second. I was like, oh, because that's kind of what I've heard from people, maybe, you know, which I do think is a generalization because not all trans women were men. Like some trans women were both. Some trans women identify as fluid. Some trans women were only ever boys. Some trans women were never either. They were women. Like everyone's having a different experience, right? So I'm not sure what the statement could mean, but let's see.
What a transition is, what our bodies might go through, what our mental might go through, that someone cisgender, you might have to like teach them.
Yeah, I guess I'm here. I guess. I think we're kind of screwed either way it goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I've had somewhat better relationships with trans men, but I've also been
trans
really
men.
hurt by trans
Okay, so I think they're talking about trans men.
men, you know? And I feel like there's like,
Take your time,
you know,
Pastor, take your time.
right? And I feel like there's like this thing that happens where people think someone's like assigned female at birth that they like can't cause you harm. And that's just not true. If I actually show you how mad I am in this moment, then you'll say, oh, there it is. You're being a man.
Oh. That would hurt my feelings. That would hurt feelings, you know? Like, that would hurt feelings, you know? That's interesting, you know?
I'm going to also put it here because I do think no matter what, shit's messy. The cis people aren't gonna get it, but trans people also, I feel like if you're not on the same like level transition-wise, it's kind of like, I date women, so I would be dating a trans woman.
Yeah.
It's giving like, do you want to be with me or do you want to
I just want to clarify. I think she was saying, just to make sure Chad and I are on the same page, she was saying that dating trans men can be very toxic because they will use your gender assigned at birth against you in a fight, but not generalizing, just saying her experience. But I think that can go either way. I think some people, trans or not, have to fight their internalized misogyny, their internalized bigotry. So I think what she was trying to say, to clarify, is that in her lived experience, her male partners who have been trans have used her assigned gender at birth against her when shit's gone down. They're like, oh, there it is. You're being a man. And like, she's a trans woman. So that's really fucking offensive. That's really hurtful. You know what I mean? And so I think like that's what the message was, right? But I think that in a different conversation, I'm not sure what the first person was saying. If she was saying that, I think that's what, yeah, I'm going to leave it there. I think that's what she meant by that story. Yes. Should I rewind it? Because I think like, hold on, let me rewind it. Because I actually think I find that interesting. Let me rewind it.
And that's just not true. If I actually show you how mad I am in this moment, then you'll say, oh, there it is. You're being a man.
If I actually show you how mad I am in this moment, you'll say, oh, there it is. You're a man. That's the trans. So she's experienced transphobia from trans male partners is what she's saying, right? That's pretty hurtful, right? That's a pretty hurtful thing. Okay, let me forward it.
I date women, so I would be dating a trans woman. Aren't gonna get it. But trans people also, I feel like if you're not on the same like level transition-wise, it's kind of like, I date women, so I would be dating a trans woman.
Yeah.
It's giving like, do you want to be with me or do you want to be me sometimes? I've seen that.
Oh, interesting. There is a psychological phenomenon. I'm not educated enough in it of, there is a psychological phenomenon that I think anyone can go through where they're sort of like, they instead of becoming themselves, they become what they're attracted to. And like a man who goes to the gym to work out to look like the man he wants to be with, like that type of thing. And I do wonder how that plays a role in how we identify and signal to the world. Like there's one thing to dress and be what you want to be in terms of what the magazines tell you to be. And then there's you being the thing that you want to be because that's who you want to end up with. And then there's a version of you that you want to be because it's who you want to be. I find that absolutely fascinating.
So many goddamn times. And you gotta figure your shit out if you're gonna date a trans woman like that. You gotta be on the same level.
That's so real.
Yeah.
T for T dating is no better than dating cis people.
I have never dated a trans woman. So I have thought about it recently, but it's not something that I ever really focused on. But it's not something that I'm close to now. Attraction is attraction.
Hot take, I prefer men that are only attracted to trans women. Oh. Ooh. Who said this? 40s, I prefer men that are only attracted to trans women. Red flag.
I prefer men that are strictly and only attracted to trans women.
Oh. That was such a good reaction. That was so good.
I prefer men that are strictly and only attracted to trans women.
Why you gagging?
Okay. I feel the chaser of it all gets a little exhausting. I'm going to put it as disagree. I feel as if chasers really just want the taboo of it all, not my cup of tea. I want someone that doesn't just want me because I'm trans.
Do you think chasers are okay?
Yeah, I love chasers. Hi, chasers.
Never. Unless you come with a dollar bill and a check.
Well,
no.
Chase me all you want until you catch me.
I think the chasers, I don't think they're good or bad.
I think chasers are people who just haven't really made peace with the expansiveness of their sexuality. Once they make peace with that and they realize that trans people are human beings, I think then they possibly could actually have a worthwhile relationship with a trans person.
I feel like if you are a man interested in Nakia, you're gonna have to chase me regardless. So since we're knee deep in Chaser Valley, I think the 40 girls are really used to being like fetishized. Like I'm in my 20s and I'm over being fetishized. Yeah, so I'm gonna say agree. Hope I'm not wrong on that. Hope.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that you all don't.
Interesting how age plays a role in this. Because it does feel kind of generational in a sense, but also maybe not. But yeah, like I couldn't, it's exactly like, there are all kinds of people that fetishize and objectify you in different ways. People who chase borderline girlies, people that chase people with trauma, people that only want you because you're trans, fat fetishists. It's like, you know, people who objectify you because of race. Like there's all kinds of ways people run into these problems. And I just don't want to be a part of your trauma. I really need you to be more healed than that if we're going to be together. And that's just because of where I am on my journey. I do think a certain level of healing doesn't allow you to engage with a certain level of unhealed. And I just feel like fetishization is such a level of unhealed. Like specifically wanting a specific person. Talk about going back to the beginning conversation where we have, if you love me because of my gender, that's just like a form of objectification I can't handle. Like if you love me, you know what I mean? Like I can't, like to some, like for Brittany's lived experience, I can't be loved because of my gender. I don't want to be loved because of my curly hair. I don't want to be loved because of my borderline or autism. I don't want those to be the reasons you love me. I just feel like those things cannot be the reason you love me, right? Like, do you have other reasons? I feel like Swan Princess when Derek's like, you're beautiful. And she's like, yes, but what else? And he's like, what else is there? And everyone's like, Does any 90s kids in the room? Oh, fuck. Swan Princess is so underrated. It's so good. And everyone's reactions to Derek's statement was like, oh, it's so funny.
Don't just want someone who solely wants you because you're trans. I don't know. I feel like the older girls have always told me to like not be about that life. So I'm gonna say that y'all disagree.
Well,
I'm 30. Should I go before Cayenne?
watch you, bitch. In the cock and balls of it all.
Right.
I think because usually tranny chasers wind up being trans women. I think y'all disagree. I think 40s is not really on the side of wanting that kind of.
Oh, interesting that she said the chasers end up being trans women. That's fascinating.
Communing, but disagree.
These are the people who pioneered in Backpage spaces.
That's right.
So I think the 40-year-old girls, because of their history
Oh, shit.
and legacy, I would say it is in the middle. I do think if you identify as a trans woman and you identify as heterosexual, I do believe you want a man who dates just you. And I put you right in the middle.
Think that the younger that they are, the more that they enjoy men that date them for being women.
I think that for me, I'm always leery of anybody who professes to be only one thing, because to me, that's usually like a red flag that like, disagree.
I do prefer men that have experienced being with a trans woman because I don't like going through the questions of and through the whole process of beginners.
Introduction.
Yeah, I don't have time to be a school teacher. I'd rather have a man who is knowledgeable, but I'm also not closed-minded. So I'm in the middle.
Do y'all think that like trans attracted means chaser? Or do you think someone who's trans attracted cannot be a chaser?
Okay, I think I'm having a trouble with the language of like trans attracted versus like, not to be such a philosopher, but I mean, how about just like in love with the consciousness, regardless of cis or trans? Like this whole like, I like you because you're trans versus saying like I'm connected to your consciousness. Like consciousness for me is outside the physical vessel. Like this thing we operate and signal to the world with is like, it's such like, look, I'm attracted to my partners. I've been attracted to all my partners as long as to be fair, like I have a very wide scope of what I find attractive. So I'm not the best person. I'm not limited as much as the average person. I think I'm just too open, but yeah, like I can't, the whole like, and even saying like I don't want to date somebody that's never been with a trans woman, there's a validity to that, but also there's like a confusion to me with that as well. And it goes back to saying like I don't want to date a baby gay. I feel like we're talking about different things. It's like people who say like I don't want to date somebody that hasn't like lived with a partner before. Like I feel like we've got to be talking about different things. Like I've never thought, oh, I can't date somebody who's never lived with a partner. Like that's not a thought. That's not a requirement I have. Right? Like I don't give a fuck if you ever lived with someone before. Like we'll work around it. Like you've never lived with anyone before. Like maybe you had a roommate, or maybe you've lived with siblings, but you've never lived with a partner. Like that's not going to be a disqualifier for me finding a partner, right? That's not a morals issue, you know? Nice derailed chat. I love that. Did you cut your hair? I cut it last week, 2 weeks ago. I cut like 4 inches off. I had split ends. My dead ends were crazy, bro. My hair's so much bouncier and healthier. But yeah, I gave myself a nice trim. And I'm also wearing pigtails today. But my pigtails are usually longer. Usually they reach down to my shoulders, but I got rid of this much. Like I got rid of a lot of hair. Very important derail. Love it. Discourse of the lady with the black gloves. Man, she is pretty. I just love the fashion of it all, really. Trans attracted doesn't mean I like you because you're trans, if that's what it's signaling to you. Trans attracted just means they have trans people in their pool of attraction, as opposed to people who aren't into or open to trans people. Oh, I thought trans attracted meant attracted to people because they're trans. Okay, I got it. So Discord said trans attracted does not mean they're attracted to people because they're trans, just that they're open to people that are trans and cis. Like they don't discriminate. Okay, learning new things. Thank you. Okay.
Absolutely not. If you're attracted to trans, you don't have to be a chaser.
So your hot take was, I prefer men that are strictly and only attracted to trans women.
Yes, most definitely.
Why is that your hot take?
It arouses me to think of a male that is attracted to me as a female, exactly as I am.
The best.
Interesting. That feels like validation seeking in the wrong bubble, but okay. I think this must be a common. Okay. It feels a little bit like somebody who's experienced discrimination their whole life, whether it's skin color or disability or anything else. And they're like, I like people that are into me because now I don't have to question it because they're so into my type of category that they basically like are obsessed. So now I never have to question if they're really into me or not. And I'm not sure that's the kind of reassurance I would ever look for in a relationship. But I could see a trauma-based reason why you would almost prefer it. Because at least you know they're into you, right? Okay, this is going to sound so stupid. No, I'm not going to use this example. No. I'm not using this example. No. It's too confusing. Never mind. Yeah, I would always have to question, do you love me, the consciousness, or do you love because what if I changed? What if I got to a point where I detransitioned or I moved, vibes, or like, what if I did transition? Like, what if I, you know what I mean? Do you love me or do you love the way that I present?
Place to find a date is a mediocre dive bar.
Oh no, sister, it's just the spooky ones. Boo!
I'm gonna say disagree. I'm feeling y'all want something bougie. You want more class. Dive bar ain't got that.
How do you define a date?
Chardonnay and a great restaurant.
Getting to know someone? That was a funny ass question.
Wait, I didn't hear it. I was distracted.
Disagree. I'm feeling y'all want something bougie. You want more class. Dive bar ain't got that.
How do you define a date?
Chardonnay and a great restaurant.
Getting to know someone? That was a funny ass question.
I define a date as going out with someone with the intention to learn about the person.
I don't just want to sit in some like Italian restaurant for hours while you tell me how you hate your marketing job. That's so boring.
So I don't know if it's a generational disconnect or a cultural disconnect, but I actually do not know what a dive bar is.
Oh, that's so great. I fucking love that. Wow. Oh my God, that's so great. Wow. Okay, hot take number 3 is the best place to find a date is a mediocre dive bar. Oh, I love that. Wow. I did love me a dive bar in my 20s. I did love me a dive bar. Chet says, I prefer not to date a person who has never been in an interracial relationship. It's too complicated. I'm 33 and I don't have the time or energy to teach you about my Black experience in America. Question. Is that for all people who have never been in an interracial relationship, or is that people who've never been specifically with a Black person? Because I'm curious, because I understand the premise, but I'm just trying to get the details of like what that would look like. Oh my God, chat says I don't know what a dive bar is either. Oh! I always think of dive bars as those hole in the wall bars that are kind of like secretive except to the local community, but also serve as like a staple for the community. You know what I mean? That's when I think of a dive bar. I think of a place for all kinds of dive bars. I've been to heterosexual dive bars, gay dive bars. I've been to so many dive bars. They're like a hole in the wall, like not the fanciest place, like kind of like almost looks beaten up a little bit, but it's like a vibe. And it's like the place you go, and it's like a comfort place, you know? Kind of like that. Yeah, a little grimy, like a little just different. Like you might not walk into it if you're just a normie. You might have to like find your way into it or stumble because you know somebody. But I love me a dive bar. Only place I ever did karaoke was in a dive bar, and it was mortifying. I was so bad at it. I was so bad at it, let me tell you.
Doesn't sound like something y'all would like to go to.
I mean, Cayenne definitely would not do that, okay?
Oh, wow.
So that's not your tea at all. Like, you want some fine dining.
So here's the thing. I don't think the girls who are 50 plus believe in mediocre. I believe if they're still here at 50 plus, they are not looking for mediocre. They're not sniffing for a mediocre. That's just not their ministry, unless they're a chaser. Because trans women can be chasers too.
Oh. I believe that, that's not what you're looking for. And I think they're more glamorous than that.
So I'm going to be the contrary, and I'm going to say that I agree. In your 50s, like, you are more open-minded, but you also realize that you're not going to go to the steakhouse every night. And so I think that to find a date that it is more of an option as a 50-year-old woman or 50-plus-year-old woman.
I prefer and have always preferred elegance. I would never go to a dive bar unless I'm out of town in a dark club all alone by myself. Then I dive right in there. So.
My first dive bar was when I met Demaria De Laurentiis, the guy that was patented off for the movies, 6 Degrees of Separation. Second dive bar I met the manager of Better Days, who wound up being my boyfriend. The third dive bar was 96 West, where I met Shaka Khan and Sylvester. The fifth dive bar, my uncle owned, called Andres on 125th Street, the first black trans bar in New York, or drag queen bar in New York. So, in fact, today, right now, there are many little dive bars in New York for a girl to go to.
Love that.
And so I would say, I'm
So
here.
it's a yes.
Yeah.
Gagging at you.
I know.
Gagging at you.
There's a little raunch here. I know.
Which hot take was yours?
The dive bar one.
Why do you think most people disagree with that?
I mean, dive bars are gross, but like that's half the fun. So I think they're first averse to just like the ickiness of it, and then they're like, wait, hold on. I could be icky though. So it fits.
Hella disagree.
Why hella?
In my lived experience, meeting anyone at the bar is cursed. That's not meant to go outside of the bar. Maybe the back alley, but it's not supposed to go further than that.
I was actually really gagged that Cayenne was still going to dive bars. The whole entire time, she was like, girl, I'm thinking about going to a dive bar right now, bitch. Like, that gagged me.
I don't know what people perceive. And what do you perceive to be a dive bar?
Ooh, polyamory.
Polyamory is mostly just messy.
I'm going to say agree. Because, like, for real, too much effort. Too much time, I think. And I feel like the 30s, they're gonna agree with that. We want security, we want stability. That's my thought.
Okay, so the word of the day, class, is hypocrisy. And this is why. I feel like the 30s generation is actually kind of the ones who kind of like started the catalyst for this whole polyamory thing.
Wake that tea up. Why?
I feel like people in their 30s are more so in a place where they can explore things such as polyamory because they're in a more stable place that someone in their 20s might not necessarily be able to explore, although we do.
Huh.
Now, here's where the hypocrisy comes.
Spell it.
M-O-J-O. No, but here's where the hypocrisy comes, because even though I do think people in their 30s are like the ones that you see talking about polyamory and they're the polyamorous ones, I also think that a lot of people in their 30s, 9 times out of 10, are also going to like agree like that's messy and that they wouldn't necessarily do it, although a lot of people in their 30s might be the ones who do it.
Well, I believe that it's too complicated.
So we're hypocrites and we're messy. Got it. 30s, I'm holding it down for us, baby. You see the silhouette.
So why'd you feel like it was being nailed to the cross?
I was the only 30s representative here. And if you watch closely, they were coming for my gig. They weren't coming for my era or generation. They were coming for me. I was nailed to the cross.
Jesus.
I think that the 30s would disagree.
Oh, okay.
About 10 years ago or so, you know, it's when all the big craze of like the Sister Wives was on TV and all of this and all that when y'all were in your 20s. So now that y'all in your 30s, now I feel like y'all settle into it and are really owning it.
Come on, mother, what's the thoughts?
Messiness here. So,
Here we go.
I'm gonna put it right there that way. You never know.
You never know.
I feel like you personally...
Take me out of the equation, honey.
You are very much about the 90s, the early aughts, and they weren't about all this polyamory, yada yada. So I'm gonna say you're here, that it is messy.
That 30-year-old, 30 group think it's messy.
I would say Black women on average would say that polyamory is messy.
Okay.
Well, I disagree. I don't think she does think it's messy.
Not
because
me, 30-year-old.
30-year-old. Not her, but all of the other 30-year-olds. I think that they do not think it's messy. I think they enjoy it. I think they're very open-minded. When I go on Grindr, because I do go on Grindr, because I'm old but I'm not dead, when I go on there, I see many, many younger people that enjoy that.
Ooh, interesting. I don't know why I didn't think about why would trans women be on Grindr? I didn't, but isn't that, I guess for the bisexual, pansexual men. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I guess Grindr would work because there'd be a lot of bi guys. I guess that could work. Interesting. Thank you, chat, for responding. No problem on it. You said sorry for the late response. Girl, take your time. Thank you. You said the person specifically has to have dated a black woman. I have horror stories of meeting past partners, extended families who were closeted racist against black women. I remember one partner said, but they never acted like this when I brought an Asian woman home. They absolutely loved her. Like, boy, how can you be that dense? Damn. Okay, fair. Yeah, I could see that. Like, needing to be with somebody who understands like the political and social implications of dating anybody outside their like lived experience can be very complicated. Okay, yeah, thank you for clarifying. I was just curious. Yeah, I think the most important thing about dating is dating somebody who sees you and sees your struggle and validates you. I feel so validated by my partner. And I have dated people that haven't validated my lived experience, especially as a queer person, especially if they were like male presenting kind of people. They would struggle very deeply with like validating my queerness. And I think it's so important to be validated in how you are seen and live through the world, you know? That's so valid. Yeah. Yeah, I try not to take for granted how special it is to find that partner who validates you and then like stands up. You know what my partner said to me today? They were like, isn't it nice being married into a family that's like really progressive? I was like, yeah, it is. It is very nice. Like, it's a nice liberal progressive, but it's very nice being married into a family because it's just not what I was born into, who's progressive enough to validate queerness and validate the anger at the administration and to validate, you know, their kids' experiences and to be very like ADHD, autism aware. Like, I really try not to take it for granted because it's so meaningful. Like, I really come from a bubble that doesn't validate ADHD or autism or queerness. Like, 3 big parts of my life in many ways: mental health, borderline. And I was so lucky I married into a family that really validates it. I'm really lucky that I married into a family that hears that I'm concerned I might have endometriosis and they're like, let's get you an appointment, versus my own mother who was like, those things aren't real, Betsy. Don't listen to these doctors. Like, can you imagine? With peace and love, you know, I really love my mom, but like, it's so like these parents with their good intentions, you know? So yeah, I try not to take it for granted how special it is to be around people that validate you and don't roll their eyes when you talk about your struggle in any capacity, you know? Yeah, it's really special. Thank you for sharing. I really appreciate that, chat. Let's see. Let's read some comments. Let's see. One of my partners is Haitian, chat says, and he told me he dated another white woman for a year before finding out she was racist. Ugh, that's horrible. POC dating, well, white people can really be taxing. I can totally see where the chatter is coming from, for sure. Yeah, I think that's such a valid experience, you know? Same thing, honestly. Wait. Oh, okay. We haven't gone there yet. Don't spoil it. I'm going to start recording Love is Blind tomorrow. BoJack is almost done. It should be up some point in the sometime after stream. But I'm going to start recording Love is Blind tomorrow. And I'm curious to see how the Ben and Sarah conversation went, because again, having somebody who says they're your ally, like even having family, like if my, like, I'm trying to think, I don't know which sibling would be, but like if I had a sibling who said they were an ally to the queer community and then dated like a homophobe, what are we even talking about? You know, like, what are we even talking about? So it's kind of one of those things where it's not even just who we're dating, it's who our family is dating. And it's different. I expect my homophobic siblings to date homophobes, right? But I don't expect my quote ally siblings or my non-homophobic siblings or my homophobic or my gay siblings, I don't expect them to date homophobes. And that's what I'm saying about like Sarah and Ben. I'm so excited to see where it goes, because like I can already tell this man's a homophobe. Even if he doesn't think it is, he's got it. It's in him. It's in him. It's in him with that Christian God of his, you know? Anyways, we'll talk about it tomorrow. You know?
I would say Orange disagree. And the reason I say Orange disagree is because I think we're being summed up in that millennial bunch of the 40-year-olds, right? So I think the 40-year-olds are the ones who are more zealous about how they couple, as we're the 30-year-olds, we grew up on the internet. So we understand that most of our parents were in poly relationships and had no clue.
What?
So we're the truth seekers.
Wait, what?
Most of our parents, the 30-year-olds, we grew up on the internet. So we understand that most of our parents were in poly relationships and had no clue.
I think that's a personal anecdote. I love that. I think she's saying that maybe in her bubble there was more polyamory, open relationships, which is a huge part of the bubble. Like there are bubbles with a lot of like open relationships or infidelity or whatever. But I think that might be specific to her bubble, but I love that.
So we're the truth seers, my generation. So I think we're more open to it. We don't think it's messy.
Polyamory is mostly just messy.
Agree.
Disagree.
Well, it's bullshit and messy.
I was going to say agree before this, and I'm kind of in the middle about it now.
I disagree because everyone has a different version of it. So to put it under one umbrella, I think it's unfair.
Oh, do you think she's joking like about cheating? Do you think like she's making a cheating joke? I will say that I do think polyamory is basically as messy as monogamy. I don't think monogamy is truly less messy than polyamory. I think all relationships are messy when you're dating the wrong people. No matter how many numbers there are involved. It could be more messy because of the emotional labor, but I don't feel like I saw a difference. I felt like my poly relationships were just as exhausting as my monogamous ones because they were with the wrong people, personally.
I love to see different perspectives. I love to be challenged. I'm an Aries. We love a battle.
Do you think it's important to have these types of discussions? Why or why not?
I think it's very vital to have these types of discussions because a lot of trans women live in isolated areas or they just have isolated lives where, you know, like they're really only being told one thing.
It brings people's awareness into a better place and it broadens people's minds and it brings people into our world.
You have your opinions. You pretty much know how the world thinks today.
I think as a trans woman, because we have gone through so much in such a little time, it's always like a blessing for you to even see like trans women who made it to the age that those two like ladies have made, and even Giselle, because the life expectancy for trans women is lower. So like just being able to be in their presence is a blessing.
Well, it has to be for a niche market because I think some of these conversations should never be in the, bird's eye view of the world who's already judging. I think by being so free, we're also targeting ourselves in a time when things are about to get a little sketchy for us. I think these conversations are important and need to be documented. At the same time, we need to have niche audiences for this.
Every era has their rules. What the younger 20-year-old generation taught me today is that rules are meant to be broken and reinvented. And what the older generation taught me today is that their rules has helped them navigate and survive this far. So I think all of that together really made a very compelling conversation and it really helped me feel grounded in who I am as a woman.
Oh, that was so fucking good though. Listen to that. Younger people taught me rules are meant to be broken and reconstructed, and old people taught me that, the rules kept them safe. That is so fucking true. That is so fucking true, isn't it? Oh, and that's the dichotomy of it all, right? Like that's the tug of war we're always in with older and new generations. Older generations are really afraid of deconstructing these rules that have kept them safe. And younger people are saying, trust me, I think it's time. And it's a combination of, the wisdom from the elders and the adventurous nature from the young people. Wow. That was so fucking good. I love that. Okay, this channel is called Them. I recently subscribed. I will link this video in the chat so you guys can check it out again. Love, 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 love. Now, I really hope this channel lets me watch their videos. We're on a gay theme today, guys. This is ABC iView. Lots of like documentary style kind of videos. They have a series. It's 4 episodes so far that I've seen or seen that are available. And this is called The Lesbian Experience. Okay, Boomer. Okay, Zoomer. episode 1. And then it's okay boomer, okay zoomer, trans folks, and so on and so forth. It's like different categories of gay or QIA, but it's like boomer and zoomer. And I was like, oh, that's bubbles. So let's fucking hop in there, okay? Let's see. Chat says, how strong do you think the correlation between neurodivergence and queerness is? Great question. Great question. I don't know, but I would argue that most of the world is probably more neurodivergent and queer than they know they are. I just do not think the majority of the world is actually heterosexual or neurotypical. I just think like even neurotypical is a construct that's based off of a standard that is unattainable for most people. Yeah, like there's something there. There's something there that I'm not sure we know, but I don't think we'll know for a long time since people are too good at lying to themselves. Like people are so good at lying to themselves that even if we interviewed people and got to know people and asked them questions, you know, to some extent, it would be really difficult for us to even figure out what's true about the human experience because we're so good at denying ourselves the truth. Like human beings as a species, talk about sticking to rules, are really good at like, you know, deceiving ourselves. I mean, I was so good at it when I was younger, guys. I was so good at deceiving myself into thinking I was a lesbian. I had this thought or that thought or this thought or that thought. And then it was only when I set myself free from the constructs, I could be honest with the fluidity of my experience. Like I trapped myself. I would pick and choose. I remember being a young kid and they're like, pick, are you gay or are you straight? Like you have to be one or the other. You can't be bisexual. That's not a thing. And it's like, okay. And then when I asked myself, like, what if I didn't have to do this anymore? You know, now, obviously, there is like a somewhat of a medical side to all of this, and medical implies a sort of desire to be healthy versus unhealthy. And I think there is like a medical side to all of our experiences. But I think one of the reasons I want to encourage you, I think Discord just asked me to make a video about this maybe. The reason I want to encourage you to sit with your thoughts and ask yourself to categorize your experiences into what they might be is to figure out if you're having this experience out of a healthy response or an unhealthy response, because I don't think that like transness is inherently unhealthy. I think some people might have an unhealthy relationship with it, but the White House and the administration is currently making a statement that all experience of transness is the problem when it's not the problem. Just like all experience of like a religious relationship with a god isn't always a problem. That's why the DSM doesn't qualify religious people as inherently psychotic, because ultimately, like, you can be religious and grounded. It depends on how you experience the relationship with. And so I want to encourage you to know, did I come to this for what reason? You know, I mean, my own orientation was definitely not in my control growing up until I took control of it. And I said, you know what? With peace and love, this is how I'm going to label myself, but I'm open to changing it in the future instead of being so worried about needing to keep it for my whole life. I am who I am, and that should be enough. You know? Okay. Chat says, how our systems function and how we exist in them is what often dictates what is typical. If my ADHD but didn't have to be productive, would I struggle as much as I do? And, you know, that's a big part of it for sure. And I understand there's a medical side. I think high needs autistics do feel neglected in terms of representation right now in media, where they feel like they don't have the right representation because for them, they're not having the same experience as a low needs autistic person. And I do think we should consider that from a lot of perspectives. Like, you know, as a low needs autistic person, high needs autistic people, they're having a different experience. Though I do think it's somewhat fluid, where I do like the idea that some days might be more high needs than low needs and some days might be more low needs than high needs. But I do think for some people having certain experiences, like it's limited in a biological sense, which is really, really difficult. And we want to offer a lot of compassion to those people. And then that begs the question, like, we're not all having a monolithic experience. So like you meet one autistic person, you've met one autistic person, you know? Chad says, have you thought about making a vid on how you meditate? See my brain? Okay. I've thought about making a video on meditation. I could probably make a video on meditation. But I really don't think I should make a video on how I meditate, because I think it's not what people think it is if the way we talk about meditation isn't clear. Like, it's not that deep, meditation. Like, you know what I mean? I feel like people expect it to be something. Do you ever pray? Do you ever like talk to the universe? Do you ever just sit with your own thoughts? Do you ever just sit and not think? That's meditation. So I think I'm confused when people like don't know what meditation is. And then I'm like, okay, I should make a video because it's actually like really simple. You just are. Like, meditation just is. You know what I mean? Chad says there's a really good guided meditations. And if you're a guided meditation person, there are videos on it. You know, and yes, ThoughtSpot has a good video on meditation and neurodivergency. The ThoughtSpot has a good video on that. You should check it out. Yeah, but like, you know, Chad says meditation, sit down and be bored. No, if you're meditating, you should sit down and feel the greatest feeling you've ever felt in your life. Boredom is not meditation. I think that's a joke, but boredom is not meditation. Even as a neurodivergent person, like maybe you need guided. I don't like guided meditations myself, so I don't use them. I like silence. I want silence. As a person who has 1,000 voices in her head all day, once I learned to silence those voices, it is the best experience of my life. That's what meditation gave me. Meditation gave me the skill to silence all the voices in my head that's like, do this, do this, do this, do this, this movie line, and I don't mean in I mean like in an ADHD way. You know what I mean? Like, that is what meditation can get you. Meditation can give you. Do you watch DJK? Do you ever, you know, when they go into the what's this? You know, they go into their little Dominion, what is it called? And it's like silence. Or you ever play Smash Bros and there's a level that's like all like silent? It's like, yeah, domain expansion. Thank you. Like, that's what meditation feels like to me. It feels like I'm getting sucked into my own domain expansion, and it's nothing. It's a white room with glitter, and there's no sounds and no anything. It's just like this nice, peaceful place. And I just live there, and I exist, and then I don't exist, and I'm just the air, and then I'm just me observing, you know? So it's hard to explain that to people because I feel like I get everywhere I'm going by doing one thing at a time. So somebody's like, everything is one little thing built upon another. You know what I mean? Every step we take in life to learn a skill is like, it's like when you learn how to draw. You know, you start off day 1 and it looks like maybe nothing. And by day 30, maybe it looks like something. That's what meditation is. That's what everything is. You're going to start off not being able to understand it. But if you do it enough and you do it consistently, by the 30th day, it will start to look like something. So start with breathing, like literally 5 minutes a day. Close your eyes. Deep breath in, deep breath out. You can breathe through your nose if you'd like, out of your mouth, in through your nose, out through your mouth. 5 minutes a day. Start there, and after 30 days, tell me you don't feel like you're on top of the world. Okay? You will learn to silence all those voices. You will learn to focus on your breath. Focus on your breath. It goes in through your nose. You can feel it. It's going all the way in. It's going down your chest. You can feel your whole body down to the middle. Don't think about anything else. Think about that breath. Think about it coming out and coming out. You know what I mean? I hope Indiana's getting up. Think about it. If you're going to think about anything, think about that breath. Hold on, I got to let Indiana out. Okay, let's start this video. The lesbian experience. Hello.
It's quite feasible that at least one of these babies will grow up to be homosexual.
What would your life have been like if you were born in a different time? Two people, generations apart, will watch stories that capture queer life in the past. That's my life you're watching there. And present.
I like girls!
This is OK Boomer, OK Zoomer.
I'm Lauren Eloise. I am a lesbian and I've been making YouTube videos for the past 8 years on my experience being gay, my relationship.
In this video, we're going to explore 10 signs that you might be lesbian.
And also giving advice to younger people.
My name's Julie McCrossan and I turned 70 this year, which feels big. And I first realised I was a lesbian when I was about 13. and it was a couple of decades before homosexuality was decriminalised. So I'm a sort of an ageing activist and who started demonstrating in about 74 in a thing called Gay Liberation, and then the first Mardi Gras and all the rest. But lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Back in 1970, when Julie McCrossan was just a teenager, lesbians were the topic of scientific debate.
Kinsey first formulated the notion that some people learn to be better heterosexuals than others, and that for some unknown reason girls do much better at it than boys. In a sample group like this, for instance, there'll tend to be fewer homosexuals among the girls than in a group of boys the same size. It's probably because lesbianism is relatively inconspicuous that a lot of people still find it difficult to believe that it really does exist. This is how the figures work out for 100 girls. 80 out of the 100 will be entirely heterosexual. The other 20 will probably be involved in some kind of lesbian experience during the course of their lives. However, of that 20, 15 may simply display only vague homosexual tendencies without ever actually taking part in a lesbian act. Of the remaining 5, 1 would be capable of lesbianism only under extreme circumstances. 2 would be bisexual in varying degrees. 1 would be lesbian, but capable of limited heterosexual feelings. And only 1 in 100 would be exclusively homosexual.
Well, I certainly would be the one left standing there who was exclusively lesbian. But how do you react to something like that? It must seem so old.
My immediate reaction is, where are these stats coming from? I don't know, it's like a bit cringy because it is so old, like the footage.
That's exactly what I looked like when I went to high school, just so you know. Because I was alive back when that was made. I did watch that program, This Day Tonight, was one of the first news and current affairs programs on the ABC.
So did you saw
that?
that?
I have seen that before, yes.
Wow.
But it's that tone of us being objectified and analysed a little bit like a virus that I find a bit offensive.
Yes.
Even though at the time any mention of homosexuality, lesbianism was a positive because there was this terrible silence. I don't get the sense that you're irritated by that or offended.
No, I'm not, because it just seems so distant to me, and I can understand for you that you would have seen it. It's part of your life, but I'm like, that was so long ago. Like, surely no one's going to be watching that and thinking that that's real anymore,
It's probably because lesbianism is relatively inconspicuous that a lot of people still find it difficult to believe that it really does exist.
Let's go further back in time to the
I
1930s.
I love these clips.
When lesbians were practically invisible.
May I have this? Of course.
So filmgoers were shocked when leading lady Marlene Dietrich kissed another woman on screen.
Have you ever seen this before?
I've never seen this.
How do you react?
These clips are all over my TikTok.
My first reaction is like, a woman in a suit. I love that. It's the top hat. Yes, please.
Yo, I'm not going to play with you, though. Melania looked pretty good in that tan suit, bro. I am about suits. You best believe that my next investment is fucking gay suits. I'm not even playing with you, though. Melania looked good in that tan suit she was wearing. Do y'all see that? I was like, Melania, listen, I like Elon better, especially his feet, but even I felt a little gay looking at you in that suit. It was definitely something. Let me tell. Wow.
Please. That is the first lesbian kiss that I...
Chat says, Britt, we need a rainbow-themed emote. I'm sorry, is the gay unicorn not enough for you? Okay, you said it. Just kidding. I saw the unicorn. Hello, gay unicorns, guys. Gay unicorns in the chat.
Never saw. Not in 1930, I want to assure you, but I was at university in the 1970s, and they were always showing old films. And I actually saw that when I was a uni student, and that's the woman in the suit, the tuxedo, is Marlene Dietrich, a very, very famous German actress, and that gorgeous film. She was an entertainer in a cabaret, and she kissed that woman, and I knew absolutely that whatever she was, I needed to be that. And it's impossible to convey to someone as young as you how forbidden homosexuality was. And of course it's still forbidden in some parts of Australia as well, depending on what faith you're born into, what culture you're born into. But back then it was a mental illness. It was against the law and it was against God's will. So to see a woman in a tuxedo in an elegant manner kiss another woman gave me hope. Hope.
Amen. Boom. 1978.
In the 1970s, queer Australians took to the streets to fight for their rights.
Last Saturday night's turbulent march through King's Cross marked the 9th anniversary of gay liberation's stormy birth. In June 1969, the habitues of a New York gay bar, which was constantly being harassed by police, burnt it down. The riots that followed culminated in a protest march 20,000 strong. Today, the fervour was there, if not the numbers. In fact, for most of the morning, the demonstrators, encircled and barred from entering the court, were actually outnumbered by police. Eggs were thrown and punches exchanged. Whilst demonstrators went through a repertoire of slogans, the court began remanding the 53 people arrested on Saturday night. But before midday, another 7 people were in jail.
Wow. That's my life you're watching there. I was there that day in that crowd. I recognised people. Will I tell you what it is?
Beautiful.
Yeah. So, there was a thing they call the first Mardi Gras in 1978. And that's the morning in court after the big Mardi Gras where 52 people were arrested and the police were very violent. They beat people up, particularly in Darlinghurst Police Station. And what happened then was there were an endless series of more demonstrations to try and get the charges withdrawn. Courts are meant to be open to the public, and on that day there were many more arrests outside the court. I'm just so glad you don't have to go through that.
Yeah.
Because it was...
Let's hope not. That's the thing. Like, it's not a big deal that Trump came out yesterday in his speech. And every time he comes out in his speech, he has to say something horrible about trans people. Because remember, like, a fight against trans people is a fight against everybody. And so, like, we have to, remind people that we're here, we're queer, we're LGBTQIA, we're as compassionate and loving as anybody else in our communities. We want families and structure as much as anybody else. And I hope that we move with compassion. And, there was so much like love in that chant. There was so much like joy in the way that they showed up. And it's going to be a tough 4 years. It is, and hopefully not longer, but God knows. Like, it's not a joke what's happening between Putin and Zelensky and Trump. Like, this is a change. Like, America is having a huge shift. Any America that I knew growing up, it doesn't exist anymore. Which, it never does, right? But yeah, like as a millennial, we really are experiencing like a literal shift in America. One that is so specific. So I think we're watching this today. I think I'm trying to focus in on this part of our marginalized representation to remind people, that it is real, that your oppression is real, that it's systematically real and it's valid, and it's everybody in our communities. It's, regardless of gender or anything, like it's everybody. And it impacts straight families. Like, straight families have queer siblings, queer cousins, So this whole idea that like now no one in my family is gay, you might be the first person in your family to come out as gay, but you are not the first person in your family to be gay. You might be the first person to come out in your family as trans. You are not the first trans person in your family. And to this day, that haunts me. I saw a TikTok that said that. And to this day, like my sister and I were talking about it because we're both queer. And I was just like, and my brother, 3 of us, like, and I was like, who do you think it was? Which cousin, which uncle, which auntie, which person, which great grandfather, which great somebody in our family was closeted up until this moment? I was the first queer kid to come out in the history of my family. It was me. I was the first one. There was rumors about others, and there definitely are others, but I was the first one to say it in an aggressive, all-out manner. I was the first one in my family to post a YouTube video and make it public to strangers. I was the first one, and I won't be the last one. But what followed after me was, person after person coming out and it becoming more clear, like, of course I wasn't the only one. I was just the only one with a YouTube channel, you know? But yeah, I don't want anyone, I think I do it too. And I think I make sure that I'm a content creator for a lot of reasons too, but like my nieces and nephews too. I want them, if they're ever curious and like I was Googling like gay people on the internet, YouTubers were some of the greatest resources I had as a closeted queer kid, as a closeted adult. And then some of the greatest resources that even when I came out officially at 21, though I'd been questioned over the years many times, I sent YouTuber videos to my parents and I said, watch these YouTubers and understand that I'm gay. And they didn't. My parents were like, I'm not watching this. Like, I can't watch this. This is gross to our religion. I'm not watching this, but we love you. Come home. We'll make you dinner. That was really nice to have them say, come home, we'll make you dinner. But also that's disheartening that you can't watch a video, you know? And the only thing you can keep thinking is like, how do I save this person? You know? So, you know, these videos are important. I think that's why we're watching them today, just to remind people. Because I know it's easy to think like, oh, gay people, they're everywhere. They have so many rights. It's just not true. That's a part of the fabrication they tell you, you know?
Scary. It was also very exciting because it was great to just fight. But because remember, it was still against the law to be a male homosexual then at that time. But when you look at that, what does it look like?
It makes me scared. Like, I'm a bit emotional watching it because I can't imagine me being that young in that situation because I know I would have been there. I have been at climate rallies, which is so similar, so I know what the atmosphere is like, but to be one of those young people in front of so many police, like so many people in uniform, that's terrifying.
Yeah, I can see you're crying.
I don't mean to, sorry.
No, I want to say thank you for your compassion.
Scary.
Thank you for your compassion.
But like you went through that and people went through that so that my generation don't have to.
Well, yes, we do it so the generations don't have to, but even if you have to, we're still here. As older gay people, as older queer people, as older autistic people, as older anybody, we have to remind young people that we might have to do this time and time again, but we will remain steadfast. I want to be an old gay person. I want to be an old, you know, whatever person. Like we looked at these old trans women and we said, oh, thank God they're still here, because the death rates amongst trans women, especially women of color, is so high. And just to see them here and alive is so important. You have to be here and alive so young people can see us being here and alive and happy. I think it's really obnoxious for adult people to tell young people they have a future to look forward to when you can't focus on the present you're living in. One of the greatest things we can do for our communities and the children in those communities is to live a good life. So they know they too can live a good life. I want them to live a good life, you know?
Well, you can't drink it straight from the bottle. Well, we barely started the video. Well, yeah.
So what's changed over the past 30-odd years?
We went on timing it.
Thanks to the internet, lesbian visibility has come a long way.
I am blushing.
Okay, that's a lot of PDA, bro. I am not a PDA lesbian. That's a lot of PDA. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of PDA.
No camera. See, I knew one of us was gonna laugh. I thought we were gonna fall over.
Oh my God.
Tell me, what is this?
Okay, so this is pretty much my introduction into me figuring myself out. This is the first kiss that I would have seen ever, really.
It's a bit different from a peck by my later teacher.
So Rose and Rosie, were the first really feminine lesbian couple I ever saw together. And I was so shocked, like, seeing myself. I was like, oh, I can be gay. Through the representation I had seen on TV, media, when growing up, it had always been like butch lesbians. That's all I saw. So it was never an option for me to be, like, feminine lesbian didn't exist.
Oh, wow, so you couldn't identify that?
No.
I'm sort of partly very sad that, because you're so much younger than me, that could still be the case.
Yeah.
So that opened up, you know, you said before, I think Mardi Gras opened up a big door.
Yeah.
That did the same for you.
That was massive.
These days, shows like teen drama Heartbreak High are groundbreaking in showcasing all sorts of queer identities and relationships.
Do you not want to have sex with anyone or just me? I like kissing you, but when it becomes more, I don't get the urge to go any further. And if I do, it's not enjoyable.
Have you seen this?
No, tell me about this and what you're thinking when you watch.
I relate to this one a lot because when I was figuring myself out, my first label that I tried on was asexual, which is what Cash is, I think, in this.
And what does that mean?
It means that you don't experience any sexual feelings towards anyone at all, and you might not do anything about that at all. And at that time, I was also in love with my best friend, and lesbian was not something that I saw or thought that I could be, so it didn't really cross my mind at all. Like, it wasn't enough.
It didn't even, okay, I just want to explain my brain in relation to her brain because I think our brains are different, just like your brain is different from my brain. The fact that lesbian never crossed her mind as something she could be is not my experience. When I was younger, I would have an experience and I would try to figure out what it meant. So when I was younger and I felt, you know, I would see an anime girl, I would see Sailor Moon and think like, oh my God, I want to be with her. I want to be with them. Or I like them the same way I like the boy characters. I would say, what is that? And since my parents, I was already watching Disney. I knew what falling in love was. I had parents. I knew what falling in love was. I had people around me who were dating. I knew what being in a couple was. So my brain already knew as a child, okay, well, I feel the same way about boys that I do girls. So what's that called? And that's all I needed for my brain. The fact that, you know, she or other people might experience so much of their life moving forward so much into their adult years, like not knowing or it never crossing their mind is such a different, interesting experience. Yeah, I think something that never crossed my mind growing up was more like, what didn't cross my mind? I don't know. See, I was too curious of a kid. I think everything was on the table as a possibility until it wasn't. And then some things were on the table and off the table. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what is something that never crossed my mind as a possibility. That's so hard for me to fathom. Because I thought about everything. Should I be this religion? Should I be that? What if this is? Yeah, I think I'm too. Maybe it's the fact that I also read like thousands of books. Oh, autism. Yes, Chad, great example. I never thought I was autistic. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good example. I never thought I was autistic growing up. Not that I had a lot of representation for autism. And then I never thought I was borderline or any of the schizophrenic growing up because I wouldn't have thought those things about myself. I thought I was depressed and anxious, which I was. And I thought I was gay, which I was. I never thought I was autistic. That's a great example. Yeah, I didn't think about being autistic seriously until like 3 years ago? 3-4 years ago now? 3 years ago? Yeah, I never considered it. Even though I'd met autistic people, but to be fair, as a millennial, the only autistic people that I really met were like really high needs autistic people. And there was just no reason for me to think I was in a similar category. Like our lives were so different. Like I was so independent in a very specific way that it would never have crossed my bubble's mind to think I could be autistic. Like everyone I knew in education who worked with autistic kids were working with kids that were like incredibly disabled, you know, and I wouldn't have mixed into that bubble. Like they would never have thought ADHD though. They did even as a child think I had ADHD. That is something teachers did think I had. My whole life was ADHD. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah. Good example, chat.
Option for me, but I knew that I was not into guys. So those feelings, like I felt like I never wanted to have sex. Didn't want to go there. Didn't even think about it happening.
And what did it mean to you as someone not sure really what your sexuality was and was still sorting it all out, that sort of thing was on the telly, was on the TV?
I wish it was on when I was younger. Like, because that show is quite open about it. There's so much visibility within that show. If that was accessible to me as a 14, 15-year-old, I might have come to terms with my sexuality a little bit faster, or the process might have been a bit shorter because it was out in the world, I could be more accepting towards me. So I'm a bit sad that I missed out on that, but I'm really glad that it exists for younger people now. Like, maybe it's not a true reflection of high school because I don't think high school's that bright and open, but if we're putting that out into the world, I think...
It's also, high school is so temporary. Like, it's the most temporary part of your life in my mind. Like, high school was, Brokeback Mountain was coming out. I was a part of the first gay straight alliance on campus. And, those things were really important and pivotal in my life. But it was also the most temporary section of my life personally. Like, high school is something that is so far from me now, much further than obviously my 20s in a literal way. But even as I get older, like, all of those things were just building blocks and experiences to be myself now. Like, the best version of myself is the version of me that's, wakes up every day. The most present version of me is the best version. So, like, high school seems like the end all be all. It seems like our whole life, especially when we watch all these shows. You know how many adults I know who wish they could go back to high school? Girls, go to therapy. Like, high school, when you're 15, who wants to go back to being 15? What was so great about 15? You will never convince me to be 15 again. My life was way worse when I was 15 than now.
Slowly, it will become that. And I'm hopeful for that.
Coming out is still a big deal, but now we can come out online to everyone.
Hey everyone, I'm Lauren Eloise and welcome to my channel if you're new, because I know quite a few people who haven't seen me before will probably watch this. So I'm a little nervous about this, I don't know why. I mean, I'm confident in who I am now, but I am a little bit nervous. Hi! I don't know how to say it. I like girls. There you go, I said it. I like girls!
Not to be so face blind, but is this the same girl but younger? Is this her? Are we watching her? I genuinely don't know. That's how much I cannot tell if they look like the same person. Yes. Okay, Discord said yes. Okay, it looks like her. I literally think these could be two different people. My brain. Yeah, okay.
Said that out loud properly. Really?
That is so delightful.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I want to scoop myself up. Like, there's some distance between me and her now. Yeah. I just want to, after watching the clip before, I just want to scoop her up and be like,
be gentle with her. Exactly. And why did you choose to do it that way? What was your purpose? What were you aiming to do?
Oh my gosh, this lady who's 70, can you imagine if that was Ariel Scarcella? She'd be like, yeah, but did you feel a need to come out because you had to appeal to the woke mob? I'm just saying, it's not about age sometimes. Sometimes it's just about your fucking open-mindedness or closed-mindedness. Can you imagine Ariel Scarcella next to this girl? Oh, it would be exhausting. The 70-year-old lesbian is like, tell me about that. What does that mean? And Ariel's just like, no. Ugh, RIP to OG lesbians.
I'd have to dig right back into my brain from then. I knew I always wanted to make YouTube videos, regardless of my sexuality. I loved watching them. I loved talking. I wanted to do that. And this felt like a natural thing to do, was share that story with people, because people search coming out story all the time. I had watched some and I wanted to share my version of it.
If I could have seen that as a young woman, it would have given me a tremendous sense of comfort and hope. It's a fantastic thing to do. And because I'm an ageing dag, as you know, I have to ask, had you told your parents before you broadcast that?
Yes, I did.
And so what I hear is social media has been integral to your life, obviously, all the way through. And so your emergence as a lesbian young woman is linked to all of this as well.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. And do you get responses from all over the world?
I have, yes. And I still get them to this day. And I know we're all smiley happy now, but I get people who message me on Instagram and they're from other countries where it isn't as accepted. And it's hard for me to reply to those because I feel for them, but I can't go and change the laws. And that's hard to deal with sometimes.
But I think you would bring great comfort because of your youth and your lovely innocence, if I may say so. It would be a great comfort. But I just want to say thank you for doing those brilliant videos. It's so exciting.
From baby boomers to Gen Z, the way society views lesbians and the ways lesbians celebrate their own sexuality on screen has come a long way. We can't wait to see what the next 50 years brings.
So I'm pretty sure that is my most viewed video. It has 1.something billion views. I don't know how many now.
Mazel tov! That is fantastic!
It's massive. I get comments on it every day. Every single day.
Love it. Okay, now we love it. Absolutely gorgeous, really. Beep boop bop beep boop bop beep boop bop beep beep. Episode number 2. I'm gonna 1 point times 2 it. This is gay men in sport. Same theme.
What would your life have been like if you were born in a different time?
What was it like coming out as an international Australian footballer?
Well, I just had my hair done my nails, then I had a new run.
Two people, generations apart, will watch stories that capture queer life in the past and present.
I'm a footballer and I'm gay.
This is OK Boomer, OK Zoomer. Woo!
Hi Davis, my name's Andrew Purchase, also known as Fuzz. Rugby and rower, did both for New South Wales.
Woo woo.
Started the Sydney Convicts, which is the gay rugby team, and then helped found the Bingham Cup, which is the Gay Rugby World Cup.
It's being used to promote diversity and inclusion across all sports.
And then also set up an organisation called Pride in Sport, which helps teams and clubs and sporting associations be more LGBTI friendly.
I'm Dave Atkin. I play with the national hockey men's team, the Kookaburras. So yeah, I'm the only international openly gay male hockey player.
Wow.
And so I also do beauty-related content over on Instagram.
Ooh.
Makeup, skincare, the like. Yeah, that's me.
In the 1970s, gay relationships weren't very well understood by the rest of society.
What was the essence of your attraction to Peter when you first met him?
It was a joy to meet somebody, not only whom I could bear to look at, but somebody to whom I could talk. And
What do you
share.
mean bear to look at?
Well, I thought he was rather good looking. I still do. We've both aged since then, but he's wearing very well. I found that principally I was able to share things with him for a length of time that I hadn't found possible before. I'd given up looking for the lifelong steady. I'd had a couple of goes at it, and they both failed. And I had thought, well, this was it. Maybe with the anxiety of looking gone, I was left more free emotionally to be able to find.
People usually imagine that if two homosexuals live together like a married couple, that in fact it mirrors a heterosexual relationship, that one of you adopts the dominating role and the other one is the housewife in the kitchen. Does this apply in your relationship?
I would say not.
How do you divide your roles in the house?
It would be divided by ability, I would think.
It felt like I was watching a David Attenborough documentary, and they were filming apes, and they were explaining what they should or shouldn't do. The way the camera moved, it was ironic that they were kind of treating them as sort of weird specimens of the human species that they didn't quite understand. And do they do what we do? Oh my God, what did you make of it?
I mean, the hairdos were kind of something else as well, to be fair, and the English being used was different. But to be fair, at the start I quite related with in regards to finding that person.
Right.
I think that I've had a few goes, and it's, I'm still quite a young age, but I sort of am lacking sort of the strength to keep on going and trying again. It just feels like it's taking a long time to find love or to find a partner.
Right.
But I think that it was just outrageous the way that they.
I just thought it was beautiful though when he said somebody to look at and someone to talk to. Yeah, I really love looking at my partner. I think it's their eyes, like the kindness in their eyes. Like my partner has the kindest eyes versus some other people in life, like they don't have kind eyes. Like they have really mean eyes. you know, but like my partner has like the kindest eyes. And when we look at each other, there's just like so much love there. And then of course it's really about that talking to, you know, like talking to and having a conversation with. And, you know, when it comes down to chores, you guys know us, gender doesn't play a role. It's like whatever is capable, whatever you can do, however you can participate in the family, that's valid, because no one's trying to take advantage of one another, right? Let's see, Chess says, Brit, you've popped up my bubble of the whole hetero norms and gay relationships. Totally see it so much more now. Yeah, a huge bubble pop for so many of us in our communities, because there was, even in gay communities, so much pressure to be a man or a woman or to have these roles, or someone's this or someone's that. And I just want us to be joyful and play to our strengths. I just want us to do what we're capable to do. I want us to get done what needs to get done. You know, there's nothing greater than being able to do what you want every day within reason. And that means creating your own expectation of what people need to get done versus what it needs to get done because you were born into a particular body.
Talked about them as if they were just someone otherworldly. I don't know, like that. No.
Yeah, well, the haircuts and the sideburns.
Sideburns under the chin.
Were
Yes.
otherworldly.
Yes.
Yeah. Also, the way they said homosexual makes it feel like that. You know, that there's something wrong with it. But I guess at that point in time, you know, homosexuality was still illegal in New South Wales.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was very novel to have gay men on TV admitting they were gay.
Yeah.
So the bravery that they've shown,
Yeah.
you know, drawing on his fag, you know, was actually pretty phenomenal. And
More than 2 decades later, coming out publicly was still a courageous act, particularly for male athletes. Former rugby league player Ian Roberts was a trailblazer.
Ian Roberts. What was it like coming out as an international Australian footballer?
Well, I just had my hair done, my nails done, I had a new run. So it wasn't, I mean, I was in a really good situation. I had, my mum and my family life was fine, my mum and dad were fine with it. I've got a great partner who I love dearly. But it kind of makes you realise there's more things to be wasting energy and time about.
Than hiding sexuality?
Yeah.
What does Mardi Gras mean to you?
What does Mardi Gras mean to me now, as opposed, I mean, I think I went to my first Mardi Gras when I was about 17.
And what did it mean to you then?
Then it was mind-blowing because I didn't realise there were so many other people like me.
What was like you?
Well, being gay, I was terrified of being gay. There was all these people out there who weren't, you know. What it means to me now is because I suppose I'm a bit more relaxed about it. It's just a party, man. It's just a celebration.
How did you get your head around it? When could you accept yourself?
I don't think I've ever not been gay. It's only when you get to your mid-teens, I think that you make the connection that it actually is being homosexual. I don't think I constantly say I don't think I've ever been attracted to a girl or a woman at any time in my life.
Never?
Never.
Never?
Okay.
They obviously must have. I was like, why is she so close? They must have a personal relationship, I'm assuming, right? I wonder if they're siblings or cousins or friends where it's like a joke to them. You know, maybe that was his beard. Yeah, I was like, she is close. I can smell her breath. But obviously they must have a rapport, right? They seem to be friends. That's what I'm assuming.
Okay.
Well, I mean, what a legend.
Icon.
I mean, the fact he did in 1996, still hasn't been a rugby league player since it was come out. I mean, it's...
This was one of the first in general, right? In sport in Australia.
Oh, by far.
Yeah.
I mean, at that level. And still, there's no rugby league player who's come out, or certainly who's playing, no rugby union.
Wait, chat says, is Mardi Gras gay? Yes? Wait. Is Mardi Gras around the world? I always thought it was gay. I never knew it as not gay. It's Mardi Gras. What's Mardi Gras mean to your bubbles, guys? Because to me, it's gay. It's gay, it's expression, it's inclusive, it's music, it's food. It's, you know, it's gay. That's why they throw the gay beads. Wait. Is Mardi Gras different in different bubbles? It's always been gay to me.
Player who's still playing who's come out. And no AFL player.
AFL the same. I mean, I haven't actually seen that before, so that's very new to me, and I would have loved to see that growing up. He was very calm about that. I think Ian was just so calm, especially with that reporter who was all over him.
Yeah.
I think that I would have never been that calm in an interview like that, especially when he just came out.
Yeah, and I think also he wasn't scared of being known as the gay football player because he was so tough. I mean, he played for Australia, he played for New South Wales. I mean, he was a very tough footballer. Yeah. So I have enormous respect for him. I wish I was as brave as Ian Roberts because I remember.
Apparently it says Mardi Gras has nothing to do with sexuality. It's just a big debaucherous festival right before the Catholic holiday of Lent when you give up some form of pleasure, you do some form of fasting. This is from Reddit. But the Sydney Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras is one of Australia's biggest tourist draw cards, with the parade and dance party attracting many international and domestic. Annual Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras parade in Sydney. So I guess it could be different globally. In the United States, I always saw Mardi Gras as gay, but also as a party of, like, I guess, you know, for the debauchery, I suppose. But I guess in Australia specifically, it is a gay Mardi Gras. So that's pretty cool to know. Bubble pop there. Never do that. I'll think about, yeah. Because when I stayed in New Orleans, I stayed in the, like, I guess, I don't know what it was called. It was with all the gay flags. I stayed in the gayest part, you know. But I guess it's a reaction to Catholicism in the States, but Australia is just gay, ? I don't know. This is actually, I've never gone down this bubble. This might be new gay history for me.
Remember, you know, going to Oxford Street on my own when I was at university, going into nightclubs or pubs, gay pubs, and then when people would come and speak to me, I would immediately say, I'm not gay, I'm just here doing research for a novel I'm writing. You know, so that's sort of how stuffed up I was. And Ian was really brave about saying, well, so what? I'm the gay, I'm the gay rugby league player.
It's similar in a way in that I think that because I was the only person out internationally, that was sort of similar, but partly because there's not as much media around hockey, but it was interesting talking about that because I'd never been titled that before.
Right.
And it was a bit intimidating at the start, but I think it's sort of grown on me, and like them, it's something that I'm fully comfortable with now.
Right. So you're not concerned about being known as the gay hockey player?
That's great. Yeah. Great PR.
Well, good. That's one way to look at it. Yeah, embrace it.
Even though homophobia is still rife in sport, athletes like British diver Tom Daley are coming out on their own terms in their own time. In this emotionally charged video, Tom helped countless others find their voice.
Well, come spring this year, my life changed massively when I met someone, and they make me feel so happy, so safe, and everything just feels great. And well, that someone is a guy. And right now I'm dating a guy, and
I was blowing my eyes out when I watched this.
I feel safe, and it just really does.
Oh, that's a great point. Chaz says, is it a version of Pride in some countries because U.S. Pride is crime Stonewall? Yeah, it was a protest in America. You're right. Our pride comes from a protest. Our pride comes from Stonewall. So their pride might come from more their Mardi Gras. Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point.
Feel right.
Do you remember? Seeing
people are going to have their opinions, and I think people are going to make a big deal of this.
Australian soccer star Josh Cavallo took the brave step in 2021 via this incredibly moving video.
I also teared up when I watched this as well.
Did you?
Yeah.
Hi everyone, it's Josh Cavallo here. I'm at my home here in Adelaide. There's something personal that I need to share with everyone. I'm a footballer and I'm gay.
Wow.
Growing up, I always felt the need to hide myself,
camera.
you know, because I was ashamed. And ashamed I'll never
Who
be able to
filmed
do
this?
what I love and be gay.
Not to be a YouTuber, but who filmed this?
You know, hiding who I truly am to pursue a dream I always wished for as a kid. Trying to perform at the best of your ability and to live this double life. It's exhausting. It's something that I don't want anyone to experience. I thought that people would think of me differently when they found out. They would start treating me differently. They would start saying bad things about me or making fun out of me. That's not the case. If anything, you'll earn more respect from people. Coming out to my loved ones, my peers, my friends, my teammates, my coaches has been incredible.
Wow.
There's so many parts to it. I'm going to start crying again.
You're right. I mean, it's very emotional. You say you remember tearing up to the Tom Daley?
Yeah, I think I don't even know when it was, but I was in probably early high school and it was blowing up on YouTube.
Must be 10 years ago.
Yeah, wow. I would have been, 12, 13. Right. And so that was probably prime age for me sort of figuring myself out, I had a girlfriend for a week and that didn't work out. So that was an emotional time probably, I think, when I watched it. And I think I watched it about 3 or 4 times because I just couldn't get over just how, tense it was for me. I just was a bit confused on why it took so long for me to process what he was saying and sort of understand why it was sort of clicking with me. And so he has been, probably the first person that I would say that sort of helped me figure out who I was in a way. And I think because he was a sports person, that was super relatable as well. and then leading on to the
And this is why representation in your bubbles matters. You know, having people who look like you, who come from your background, who share your hobbies, that's why it's so important. You know, I remember one time I was with one of my friends and they have a kid, and I'd known them for a really long time, and we were sitting around playing some tabletop board game. I don't know. And the kid was like, hey, I have to tell you guys something. And I was like, okay. And they're like, I'm gay. And I was like, oh, but their dad is like super, super liberal, like super chill. And I was like, oh, in my head, I was like, I knew the vibe was like not to make a big deal out of it, but my old millennial ass was like, let's throw a parade. And then I was like, thank you for letting us know. That's fabulous. We love that for you. And he was like, yeah, just want to let you know. I was like, okay. And in my head, I was like, let's throw a parade. And then I was like, we're not throwing a parade just because he came out. But also, let's throw a parade. And I was like so excited for him because it's like so fun to have a safe space to say something and not have to throw a parade. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes the sign of progress is it being casual. But also sometimes the sign of progress is being able to throw a parade. Anyways, very exciting, you know, excited to see young kids feel safe to tell a group of adults, hey, just for the record, because I'm getting older and I'm going to talk about my life and I don't want you to feel blindsided. I'm gay. Or I remember one time, oh my God. One time I was in a car with a family friend and my brother Mark is gay, as you guys know. Mark hasn't been on the channel in a long time, but I have a brother named Mark sometimes. He used to come on the channel a lot more. And I was talking to the family friend and she was like, we got to get Mark a girlfriend. Mark really needs a girlfriend. And I was like this. I was like, oh. And I like looked at her and she goes, he's gay, isn't he? Because I've always thought he was gay, but I didn't want to say anything because you guys are so religious. But I always felt like he was gay. And I was like, he's gay. And she was like, okay, well, I wasn't sure. And I didn't want to assume because, you know, but I knew my best friends are gay. You know, Ellen DeGeneres was one of my customers once. I'm very good with the gays. Even though I'm a Christian, I'm very okay with the gays. I was like, okay, cool. And she's like, yeah. I knew he was gay. And I was like, yeah. She goes, I always thought, but you know, I didn't want to assume. And I was like, yeah, he's gay. Like, I don't remember the last time somebody thought Mark needed a girlfriend. I was like, my brother Mark? Mark is so obviously gay that it's like the idea that anyone would think Mark is straight, but it happens. People think Mark is straight. And I was like, y'all's gate are off, okay? You know? Chat says Brittany just partied her own that night. I did celebrate. I said thanks and praise to the gay gods, you know? Chat says, is the way to is it to make it so your kid doesn't have to come out is by being gender neutral when they talk about crushes or whatever when they grow up? I think coming out exists in all types of families, even families that are accepting. I think coming out is just stating something about yourself when you're ready to tell people. I think in even progressive families, they're not entitled to your privacy. So coming out can look like something intense. Like for me, one of the things my partner and I did together a few months ago, I don't remember when, is when I was 21 and I was coming out, I couldn't tell my parents to their face because they had asked me since I was a kid if I was gay. And I always said no. And then I turned 21 and I moved out of my parents' house and I wrote them a letter and I gave it to my older brother and I said, can you give this to mom and dad? He tried to give it to my mom and my mom refused to take it because she knew what it was and she refused to read it. And my dad just never really knew about it. Well, all these years went by, like lots of years went by. And I told my brother, hey, like I'm moving to Europe basically to get married. And he was like, oh, I still have that letter. Do you want it? And I was like, you have my letter still? He's like, yeah. And I was like, yeah, give it to me. He sent me my letter. I'm pretty sure that's when it happened. It could have been before. But he sent me this letter before I came to Europe so I could have it. And I unsealed it with my partner. It was the first time in, 15 years, 14 years, this letter had ever been opened. I wrote it when I was 21 and not a soul opened my letter. And then I opened it. I wrote it, I sealed it, I opened it. And my partner read it to me. It was surreal. It was really weird, you know?
The Josh Cavella video was like quite far apart.
It's okay to be gay.
That was the two people that I found most inspiring. And watching the Josh Cavella video was really emotional again, because it was all that emotion that I felt on a TV for a platform for everyone else to see, and it got world headlines.
Yeah.
Let's go to Melbourne, shall we? So we're going for the Pride and Sport Awards, which is super exciting. We stopped by this little store where this lady made a bracelet into a necklace for me.
These days on social media, queer athletes like Davis Atkin invite fans into their lives on and off the pitch.
And then the fit is very much fitting with my the black and white, some perfume, and this jacket. Don't know how I feel about it, but, you know, she is what she is. This necklace, by the way, is also amazing. You should definitely get it. It's like the Juicy Balm.
Oh.
Amazing. Rod Laver Arena is where we're going. This is where the event's being held. Don't know what I'm doing here. The singer was amazing. I think she was on Australian Idol, but there's me. Claire actually won the award, which is amazing. I did come in close second in my heart, and I did take the award home for her. Yes, I'm amazing, but yeah, bye.
Hockey did well in the awards.
They did.
Yeah.
So I think at the moment I'm trying to, just on my socials and just in general, I'm trying to figure out a way of blending the athlete world with the beauty sort of world for me.
Do you think the athlete world's ugly? Need to beautify that athlete world?
We can always do with a bit of powder. We can always do.
Mascara?
We can.
Right, yeah.
But it's, I guess, just trying to be fully authentic and honest with how my life is at the moment, which is the blend of the two.
Do you wear makeup when you go out? Do you kind
of... sometimes. Yeah. I'm yet to do it at hockey, which I think would be an interesting content piece. Maybe I should do that because I've thought about it, like going to training with a full beat. Do you think that would go down well?
Ooh,
because a lot of the guys are very macho, so I wasn't sure how it would be taken. I know that there would be some faces, and it's not like that would be an issue, but...
Right. What would you be looking to achieve out of it?
To have a bit of fun.
Bit of fun.
Break some barriers.
Question, how has the makeup industry transformed the gay industry? Or how's the gay industry transformed the makeup industry? Because older gays, not all of them were very, like younger people are much more into makeup, gay, straight, whatever. I wonder how that plays a role. Like you notice that the younger person's wearing more makeup than the older person. I wonder how that plays. Like I feel like a lot more lesbians are wearing makeup. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder how the makeup industry and the gay community have related over the years.
Right.
Obviously, they have huge overlap, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, because I know there's a lot of women that wear a lot of makeup sometimes when they're playing sport.
Yeah.
How would you react?
I remember when I was surfboat rowing and I was involved in a play.
Wearing makeup while you're playing sport would only be an issue in my mind because what if like makeup gets in your eye? That's my fear. My greatest fear is like being somewhere and makeup gets in my eye and my eyes water and then there's makeup streaming down my face. And I don't wear waterproof mascara because I heard it was bad and I don't want to put it in my face near my eyes. I want to protect my eyes. But I wonder about that.
Yeah, and I came along with mascara because I couldn't get it off.
And yeah, Chet says even heterosexual men are more open to wearing makeup. Yeah, they are. Absolutely. We're in a new era. I mean, men first of all, men have always worn makeup. Wait, let me rephrase. Okay, can I just say this out loud? You guys know this. History is not linear. Men used to wear makeup and wigs, and then they stopped, and then they changed because gender is performative. Gender is performative. Gender is not linear. This is what's so frustrating about conservative notions is they keep acting like gender expression is linear, and it's not. It's so different. Like things change. They become constructs. There's signals to one another about who's cool and who has money and who doesn't have money. And like gender is so performative. Oh, I'm so exhausted sometimes. That's why it's so exhausting to see this administration doing what it's doing or to see people not understand why being anti-LGBT is just so archaic in so many ways. Like you're being so archaic right now. Ugh.
And the shit I got, you know, with if the makeup is not part of what you're doing, that would be, I don't know, maybe I'm being a little conservative about this.
I agree.
You know,
I agree.
Probably it's kind of, you know, it's not like a shin pad. You need the shin pad.
No.
So I don't know. It's kind of, you know, although I did hear McEnroe was actually criticising in the French Open, one of the women finalists, for not wearing makeup. She said, well, she could have put a bit of makeup on, couldn't she? You know, which was kind of horrible and sexist.
Yeah.
So taking his view, fuck it, go for it.
And I think that, well,
makeup.
It's hard to believe that 3 decades have passed since NRL star Ian Roberts came out and challenged the culture of sport. But so much still needs to change so that all athletes feel safe enough to just be themselves. To all the queer trailblazers, thank you.
Cool. Good. Well done. Well done. Well done. I think that was good.
Oh,
really good.
thank you for that. That was so cute. Chat said, other people wear makeup like dancers and stuff. Yeah, but sports, you're like crashing into one another. I think you should wear makeup if it's a part of the vibe and it doesn't get ruined. Like Avi, like if you're rowing a boat, you could wear makeup. But if you're doing football and you have fake lashes on, I feel like that's inconvenient. Like lipstick, maybe I'm being too like sensory about it. You know, if you can pull it off, do it. That's what I say. If you could pull it off, do it. You know what I mean? Uh-oh. TMM says I had to unfollow Steve McRae, old friend of mine, and YouTuber, because all he talks about now is complaining about trans people. Ooh, I haven't seen that. I've known Steve for many, many years. Oh. He is in the science-y bubble. I wonder if he's... I haven't seen it yet, but damn it! All these transphobes, bro. I hope... Is he just being an old fuddy-duddy? Shout out to... I mean, I don't want to say shout out to Steve if he's a transphobe right now, but that's always sucks when you see good people become more transphobic because they're... I don't know what's their problem. That's too bad. Shout out to TMM, though. Okay, let's see. Waterproof is harder to get off, and chemicals make it a bit more dangerous than normal mascara. Yeah, I just saw a TikTok by a lawyer who said she doesn't use waterproof mascara because of all the cases she had to go to court for because of issues with people's eyes, and it freaked me out. I am not saying that's valid. I'm saying I am a baby, and I'm afraid. I used to wear waterproof mascara, and then I just stopped, and now my makeup comes off easy peasy lemon squeezy with a couple of cleanses. You know what I mean? Like... I'm all about those couples of cleanses, get it off, call it a day. I don't have to use like extra stuff. But I don't know if that's true. I had the fear of mascara put in me, okay?
That was great. It's really good. It's really good.
Woo woo. Okay, let's see. Chat, I'm going to like the video. It says, this is amazing. Being from the US, I thought that was US ABC. The Aussie version is so much better. Nice job. Oh, there's a US ABC version maybe of this show. That's kind of cool, actually. What? Okay, Life's a Drag. Episode 3.
Les Girls is the ultimate in drag, and for that reason only, it has survived.
What would your life have been like if you were born in a different time? Two people, generations apart, will watch stories that capture queer life in the past.
Thank God for the new wig.
And present.
Drag is so special and everyone should try it.
Love it.
This is OK Boomer, OK Zoomer.
Hello.
Hello there.
Lovely to meet you. My name's etc.
What's my name? Oh, that's right. Well, my name's Cindy Pastel.
Oh, well, lovely to meet you, Cindy.
Well, lovely to meet you too, darling.
Cindy and etc. are Australian drag royal.
Oh my God. There's so many great things happening right now. Love her earrings on the left. Love her top on the right. Actually, the earrings are also fab. Oh, it's very like ethereal magic happening right now, right? I'm getting very ethereal vibes.
Royalty. Cindy's life story inspired Hugo Weaving's character in Priscilla.
Ooh.
And etc. is a non-binary drag artist.
Oh my God. Now that is a fucking photo.
Their stuff on RuPaul's Drag Race Down Under.
Oh.
From Boomer to Zoomer, let's see how the life of a queen has changed over time.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. Together?
Absolutely.
Together.
In the 60s and 70s, the popularity of drag took off in Australia thanks to the famous King's Cross cabaret show, Les Girls.
Oh, the panties are coming off.
Ooh.
Oh, it's getting a little bit risky.
Oh, but she can do that, can't she?
A bit hot under the collar. We could do that right now.
Well, we could.
They'd have to turn off the cameras.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Les Girls was promoted as men in drag, though some performers, like its star Carlotta, were trans women. The media was obsessed.
For the past week or so,
love her.
Speculation. Is she really a man with a clever impersonation of a woman, or is she a woman?
I think that is more woman than woman.
So what will Carlotta be doing when, say, she's 65? Will she be a lonely old woman?
I think what any woman would be doing, I think sitting home knitting or something. But I tell you what, I hope to be a real swinger at 65.
Get away with a lot as a showgirl, don't
Oh,
you?
it was perfect, absolutely perfect. Imagine being a little boy like me back in the 70s, seeing her, and I was just like blown away. I just thought, wow, because I was so different to everything else, anyone else, and that was it for me. I thought, I'm going to Sydney.
Les Girls is the ultimate in drag, and for that reason only, it has survived.
Cool.
Think of all the pink ostriches that had to die for those costumes to be made.
Terrible, what a terrible thought.
Did you go and see Les Girls when it was all happening?
Sydney, I was doing look, I'll tell you a fabulous little story. My brother must have seen something, knew something wasn't right with me in growing up. And he took me to Les Girls, and I must have been probably 17, maybe. And he kicked me under the table and said, "How do you want to be?" And out came Stan Munro doing Always Something There to Remind Me. And I saw that, and I saw the comedy relief in it, and I thought, I know where my brother's coming from now. That's exactly what I want to do.
Cindy went on to become one of Sydney's most iconic drag queens through the 80s and 90s.
You know what, chat? This is beautiful. You said, well, Bubble Pop, I didn't know we had drag in the 60s. It makes me so happy. I guess they have always existed. Yes. And this is why we have to remember that queer history is human history. LGBTQIA history is world history. It's human history. We've always existed. We've always been here. We were here from day one. We were sitting in the garden watching Adam and Eve do their thing and rolling our eyes because we knew our life about to be hell because of these heterosexual bitches. Okay? We have been here. We were always here. Okay? We were always here. And that's why them pretending like it's new is a mistake. It is not new. We have always been here. We have always been here. We have always been here.
90s, during the height of the AIDS epidemic. At the time, homosexuality was still illegal in some parts of the country, and gay rights debates raged in places like Queensland.
Mr Ward, should the government decriminalise homosexual acts between consenting adults?
Well, yes, it certainly should, and without delay. The important thing to remember with AIDS education is that you need accessibility to people. You need people who are at risk to come forward, get information, present for treatment or testing for the human immunodeficiency virus. And to do that, you cannot make the act of coming forward something which puts a person open to criminal prosecution.
Maybe Mr Ward can tell me why we should make it legal. Let these men run off together and carry on with each other. I mean, it's a definite move against nature.
Remember what I said yesterday.
These men run off together and carry.
That behind every movement of bigotry, women were there. There's no way these men could make racism, bigotry, homosexuality criminal, all these, you know what I mean? Those sentences are running in together without the women by their sides, because these women keep having their babies. Women keep making babies with bigots because they are bigoted. And remember when I say this, pick your baby makers well, like who you make babies with, okay? Because you might be making a baby with a racist, a homophobe, a transphobe, and you might prefer it that way. But that's the thing. That's why women, God bless them, sometimes vote against their own, their own interest, because they are suffer from that internalized misogyny. They suffer from the lie, believing the lie that they are safer constrained than joyful free. And then they settle, They really do settle. And then the worst is they make us all want it. They force all of us to settle. And I don't want to settle just because you did, girl. Okay? So please take note that it is a woman right now. And by the way, gay men recently have been coming forward and saying, if we don't stand up for women's rights, this is why our communities are failing. We have to stand up for each other. Women and gays, we're in the same bucket. The audacity of women thinking they're better than gay people, or gay men thinking they don't have to fight for abortion rights. Y'all, we're in the same fight. We're in the literal same fight, okay?
Carry on with each other. I mean, it's a definite move against nature.
Mr Chapman, what right has the government in the bedrooms of anyone? What right has the government to tell anyone how they should behave in their bedroom?
Aha, that's all right, until we have to put up with the problem of AIDS. And how many millions from the governments has been spent on AIDS?
Yes, AIDS. Purely a gay problem. Never a straight man in his life have AIDS. Crazy, bro.
If these homosexuals hadn't got together in the first place, we might have been able to put that into something more caring. I once made a statement about this many, many moons ago about whether you'd like to swim in a sewer, and I'm still firmly based that I feel that that's the problem we've got. It's unnatural. It's not the right thing to be doing. It's so abnormal, and it's not...
Anyone got a bucket? That was wrong. She was wrong.
I think what the guy was saying at the start, it's about education, and people learned about what it meant to be gay and about AIDS, and all this stuff wasn't kept in the shadows, so people were learning and they became more familiar with it, and so all the hatred that comes from fear started to go. But she wants to keep it all in the dark.
Yeah. I think I remember sitting on the couch one day thinking, who do I lost this week? And I would count. And, I count how many people I'd actually lost. I lost 27. I had 27 close friends that had died. And the ultimate for me was during the AIDS crisis. For some reason, I just had this inner strength to go out and entertain. And it was my job to do it and make people happy, even if it was for 3 minutes. I made someone laugh for 3 minutes during that time. I often say that all the people that I lost became in me and gave me the strength to go out there and do it.
In the mid-90s, a groundbreaking Aussie film called The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, harnessed the uplifting power of drag and became an international success.
Love it.
Written and directed by Stephen Elliott, Priscilla was smart, entertaining, and a celebration of LGBT culture.
Come on, girls. Let's go shopping.
Shopping in Broken Hill. Yeah. Minimal shopping.
3 days ago, the biggest producer in Hollywood rang and he said, I just had to thank you. And I said, what for? And he said, I didn't want to see this film. He said, me and the whole studio were dragged into a private screening, kicking and screaming. We didn't want to see a movie. And he said, we just had such a good time. And he said, I can't believe that I liked it.
Bit of a backhanded compliment.
Yeah.
Smashing through stereotypes, Priscilla was inspired by real-life queens. Cindy Pastel was one of them.
What was the connection in the beginning with Priscilla? What got you involved?
Well, Stephen Elliott was a huge fan of Cindy's, myself. We'd be at the Aubrey getting pissed on a Sunday night with everybody else. I'd finished a show one night and he just said to me, oh, Cindy, can I see you for a minute? And I said, yeah, love. And he said, well, I'm about to do a movie and I want some of that drag Polari, and I call Polari, that's all the drag talk. And I just said to him, look, love, I'm too pissed. Give me a ring or just come around. Anyway, he came around and he said, well, I got you at a bad time. I said, no, why? And he would just sort of look down and I said, oh, this is my little boy, Adam.
Cindy, or Richie Finger as he's known out of drag, has a son. It was the inspiration for Hugo Weaving's character Tick in Priscilla.
Before the end of the night and I go home and I've got a baby and a wife.
I think people would be pretty amazed to hear that. You live a straight line?
Oh, I don't know if you call it straight, but it's kind of straight.
Sometime later, I get a message saying, we're doing this movie, Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, and it's basically based on you. One of the characters is based on you. And I've had people, some men say to me, I'm not a drag queen, but thank you for doing what you did because it made it much easier for me to come out and to say to my wife, look, I'm bisexual and we've got to look at this differently.
I think I first saw Priscilla, I think it was on SBS. I literally remember it like almost becoming like 3D out of the TV towards me. Because I'd never seen drag before.
I did not know this. What? What? Chat, you just blew my mind. Origin, epidemic, emergence, several of the theories of the HIV origin, except the established knowledge of the HIV, SIV, I can't say these words, guys. Phylogenetic relationships are also, except that bushmeat practice was the most likely cause of the initial transfer to humans. And then you go down to the National Institute of Health, and literally, what? PBS, most AIDS researchers believe the bushmeat trade allowed the HIV-1 virus and separately the HIV-2 to enter the human bloodstream. This is like a quick Google search. What? Chimpanzees to humans likely occurred when humans hunted and butchered chimps for bushmeat. Shut the front. I learned history wrong. I learned history so differently than that. But also that's so fascinating to me because on my vegan journey, I watched, guys, I've been binge watching these vegan series to get ready for my podcast. I'm not even fucking with you. Meat is dangerous. Yo, the way we eat meat in this country, like 1 out of 10 chickens, I could be getting the wrong numbers, test positive for salmonella. What? Like, I'm not even fucking with you how like bad meat is for us as a species. You know, and not to reference religion, but please know that Adam and Eve did not eat meat in the garden. It wasn't until they sinned that they had to hunt for their food. Otherwise, they ate fruits and berries. So I'm just saying, maybe God was vegan. Maybe she was vegan after all. Ooh, this is so exciting. Note to self. Because you want to talk about harm reduction?
Must have been when I was like 10 or 11. I think I sat down and watched the full movie till I was about 18. Because I think part of it kind of scared me. Because I was like, that's like me. And I was worried if I saw it, I'd unlock
Yeah.
And I did.
Yeah.
And it really did unlock Pandora's box.
Compared to Cindy's younger years, etc. grew up with an array of queer role models thanks to the internet.
Hey, what's up, you guys? It's Troye Sivan, and
Aww.
this is probably the most nervous I've ever been in my entire life.
Who's this?
Tell you guys.
His name's Troye Sivan. He's like a big gay pop star now. He's like touring the world.
Oh, I know him, yes.
But he started out as a YouTuber.
Is because on August 7th, 2010,
I don't know who this kid is, but you know, we take for granted how important YouTube representation is, huh?
told my family that I am gay. And now on August 7th, 2013, I want you guys to know that I'm gay.
Troye Sivan's poignant and authentic coming out video helped a generation of young people feel comfortable in their own skin.
I remember going to school after he posted this video the next day. Everyone was talking about it. Did you see Troye Sivan's gay? Did you see Troye Sivan's gay? And people were coming up to me being like, are you gay?
Everything with the internet.
It was crazy. This was a really wild
whether or not
time
that's a
for
thing,
me.
I don't know. But this is not something that I'm ashamed of, and it's not something that anyone should have to be ashamed of. So why not share it with all of you guys?
Wow, it's so weird watching these videos because watching them back, they feel really cringe to me.
Oh, you guys are saying this is my first gay YouTuber I watched, my first concert, my Shayla. This is Troye Sivan's collab with Ariana Grande are great. Oh, I don't know who this human is. I love that. Talk about history.
But at the time when I was like 12 or 13 and really like struggling with who I was inside, I was on the internet seeing these kind of vloggers and YouTubers and internet personalities.
Oh, I know this song. I'm gonna get copyrighted. Okay, I know this song. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay, everybody know this song. Okay, I know that song. That's him. Okay, cool.
Making these kind of videos. I literally sit under my covers at night watching them like on my laptop, like so my family couldn't hear. Like it was like a little secret world.
Yeah.
I suppose this is kind of like my generation's Carlotta in a way, where we saw these people not on the TV but in a medium that we were connecting to.
See, mine was like Tyler Oakley and was Ariel Scarcella way back in the day because we're all like the same age. And it was those OG YouTubers, like they did make a big difference. Like even my brother, like he has his own generation of gay YouTubers he watched. I have my own generation, you know, or LGBTQIA content creators in general, right? So Kat Black, as a trans person, because Kat doesn't identify as queer. So I try really hard not to misidentify her. And then, oh gosh, there were so many people. I don't even know their names anymore. It's been so long. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I love watching Tyler Oakley come up on my TikTok feed. He streams on Twitch, which is so cute. But we all had different generations. Like my siblings had different generations that they watched. It's so important, you know? It's just really important.
And in our world, people our age that were going through the same thing as us. So seeing him come out at about the same time I was dealing with these things, I don't know, I felt like a sense of...
Oh, chat says Tyler and Troye were friends, so that's interesting. You haven't seen Troye. I mean, I stopped watching Tyler Oakley like years ago, right? Like I started watching them, but like I stopped watching eventually. So maybe it was during that time. Maybe I stopped watching Tyler before he met him, you know? Maybe that was it.
I almost felt like, and this sounds so lame because obviously these people weren't my friends, but it felt like I had gay friends when I didn't have any. But yeah, I suppose something completely different from anything you experienced.
And how lucky you are to have that. I mean, I had lay girls. At least I had that, but other than that, there was nothing. You think you're the only one in the world, and unfortunately, there's thousands of people thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm searching for Down Under's first Drag Race superstar. You've got to have a whole lot of personality.
Back to drag.
Oh, I know that room. My PTSD is coming back.
Queens are a fierce bunch, which makes for juicy reality TV.
You can't kill a cockroach.
It's me, the little brown hair is the cockroach.
Drag Race is an amazing platform for today's drag queens, but it's not everyone's cup of tea.
Would you ever go on Drag Race if they asked you?
No, not a thought. No, that was exhausting just thinking about it. What do I think of it? What do I think? I'd like to say I'm the Australian equivalent of RuPaul, but that'd be lying. I don't know. obviously got money. If I had money, maybe I would be a little bit up myself and a little bit, she talked very, very direct, and it's all very much like this, like, I don't know.
On reality TV, it's all about the drama and, you know, being dramatic. And I am grateful that I did it. Would I do it again? Probably not, because reality TV isn't for me. They take all of the life out of you and kind of give a 2D version. I don't even know who that is. It's just a scared little 22-year-old in wigs and makeup somewhere in New Zealand in a shed in front of RuPaul being like, what am I doing here? And trying to act cool. And now I'm like, oh my God.
Drag is all about heightened gender expression. And beneath the artistic makeup and costumes, performers identify in all sorts of ways. Etc., who is non-binary, use Drag Race as an opportunity to raise awareness in the most innovative way.
Etc., etc.
Oh, here's one of my runways. Non-binary. So I'm channeling non-binary binary.
What's the brown thing on the
I
right?
had a prosthetic breast on, and it was all a nude illusion, so I took it off and then I was fully naked.
Oh.
Yeah, showing my ass to RuPaul. So classy.
Edgy and educational. The language people use to describe their gender has changed over time, and some folks are still trying to wrap their heads around it.
The whole non-binary thing, I can agree with it, but not necessarily understand it personally.
That's fine. I don't understand how to speak Korean, but I understand it's a language. And I think
that's right.
And I've always been a person where I'm like, I don't really like labels. I never like to label myself. But I always knew growing up, even from a little young kid, that I wasn't like all the other boys and girls. Like I had very long hair as a kid. Not that that makes a boy or a girl, but I always got teased for looking like a girl. But I was very sure I wasn't a girl. And then I liked doing boy things like digging in dirt and like, you know, playing with cars. But when anyone said, oh, you're such a boy, I went, yeah, I don't know. And then I remember moving to Sydney and I was hanging out with some of my friends who are trans, and I was talking to them about it. I was like, I don't know, maybe I should go on hormones. I just feel like there's something a bit different inside me. And they're like, you should go chat to our friend, they're non-binary. I remember sitting down and having a conversation, and for the first time I was like, oh my God, that's like me.
Right.
Like when I look in the mirror, I think about myself, I don't think of myself as a boy or a girl or a man or a woman. I just think of myself as me.
Absolutely.
So I was the first non-binary person on reality TV in Australia to be openly non-binary. And from that I got just like this wave of messages, people from 15 to 50 who were messaging me saying, I never knew what this feeling was, but seeing you on TV talk about it made me realize that's what I am. Sometimes we have more of an impact than I think we realize.
I totally agree.
Totally.
From Lay Girls to Priscilla, Drag Race and beyond, queens have entertained, shocked and inspired generations of Australians. For some folks, seeing a drag show is their first introduction to queerness, which opens the door to a big, colourful, welcoming rainbow community. Pretty cool job, I reckon.
I'm nearly 67, nearly about to be a pensioner, darling. Pastel pension, look out.
Yeah, Pastel pension.
Yeah.
That's a good upgrade.
So I'm going to be a pensioner, so maybe I'll retire then. But, you know, I'll probably become a poodle clipper or something.
Yeah, wow. Okay, that was cool. So now we have beep boop bop beep boop bop beep beep boop bop beep 4. And I think there's not a 5. I think this is the last one. Okay, so this is the last one. Trans folks. Okay, Boomer. Okay, Zoomer. Episode 4. In our last viewing of today, this is the last thing we're ending on.
Seems to threaten the most basic order in society, gender.
What would your life have been like if you were born in a different time? 2 people, generations apart, will watch stories that capture queer life in the past.
Great facial fur, which I'm very proud of.
And present.
You may have noticed that I changed my name.
This is OK Boomer, OK Zoomer.
Hello, I'm Flynn, and I'm a musician based in Western Sydney. That's where I grew up, and I am a trans man.
I'm Jess Hooley, and I'm an advocate for transgender people, and I've been involved in the past in transgender advocacy in relation to Parliament.
Why do I feel like I know both of them? But I feel like that's how would I know them? But I feel like I know both of them. But it doesn't make any sense.
Legislation.
They look familiar.
In the 1970s, transgender people were rarely seen in the media. When trans people were reported on, like in this old Four Corners story featuring performers from the Lay Girls Review, coverage mostly focused on their bodies and they were frequently misgendered. It's offensive by today's standards.
Every member of this group has a birth certificate marked male, but they all dress as females. All have had their bodies feminised to some degree, and each considers himself primarily a female.
You're losing weight,
Ugh. The fashion! The fashion! In my other life, I should have been a fashionista. This is honestly, I hate this. Brittany, focus. I always tell my partner, I was like, maybe I should just do costumes. I was like, I'm getting a sewing machine. Brittany, focus. I'm not gonna lie though. In 10 years, I might just sew everything in my life. I do know how to sew a little bit, but not really. Like, not really. But I mean, it's in my blood. You know, my grandma was a professional seamstress, but like, c'est fashion. Oh, I love aesthetics so much. I just want everyone's costumes.
But only one so far has had a complete sex change operation.
Oh.
That happened 18 months ago. Her stage name is Carlotta, and she's the star.
Gorgeous.
Love the performance. It's nice to see.
I interviewed her once. She's quite an amazing person. Yeah. She'd be 10 years older than me.
Right, okay.
Back then, the focus was very much on trans women. Trans men were practically invisible. And the reporting was very awkward.
The longing for change. This sketch, an attempted self-portrait by a transsexual, shows his male form to be gross and lumpy. His dreamed of female body is slight and winsome. Another male self-portrait is weak and effeminate. The female ideal is elegant, curvaceous and confident. The transsexual then is well aware of what he wants, but how does he achieve it?
Even the language is just very different, I think.
I think what we've seen is a documentary from the period that I'm familiar with as a visitor to Les Girls back in those days. And Carlotta, who's featured there, is definitely an iconic part of our community in those days.
Right.
I can remember seeing footage of Les Girls when I was a child,
Right.
Back in the 1960s. And I think I had a shock of recognition and realised that I was related to those people in some way.
Right, it's not so different.
Yeah, I couldn't put a word to it. I don't remember the word transsexual then. The shows were actually put on for straight audiences.
Oh.
So they were sort of shows that titillated a straight audience and raised questions about the fixity or not of gender. But of course the language is all...
See, I grew up in a bubble where a lot of drag queens were straight men. I grew up in a bubble where drag was for the viewing of straight people. I grew up in a bubble where when I learned about drag, it was about heterosexuals and queer people, yes, but it was about how it was a safe space for straight people to play with things. And that's why it's interesting. Like RuPaul was the first introduction I had to gay drag, which is like so weird. I was in such a specific bubble, obviously, but like RuPaul was the first realization I had that like drag is, because you know why? I didn't even watch RuPaul, but I saw it a lot growing up. Like I saw it a lot recently, you know, when it started to become prominent in my bubble, and not as a teenager, right? I don't even remember when it came out. And I remember there was an episode where there was a straight guy and they were all shocked because they were all gay. And I was like, I grew up in the opposite bubble where everybody was like a straight guy who went home to his wife. But then what does straight even mean? And if I interviewed those drag queens who identified as straight, would they still be straight today? I don't know. But I love that about bubbles. Like your perception really is, you know, limiting in some ways, but it also is just like what you're exposed to. And it's a global phenomenon. Like it's not like drag just exists here or wherever Australia is, or not wherever Australia is, but where Australia is, you know, wherever you think it is. That's why it's so cool to watch these videos, is just to have a bubble pop, to have a realization. It's not just about your perception. And it's not just about America. It's not just about wherever you're born. And look, Australia has its own cultural icons, its own people. It's you know what I mean? Its own claim to fame.
All probably quite insulting to people these days. They were incredibly brave and courageous. They were exposing themselves to the public at a time when the world was very hostile to transsexuals, as they were called in those days. Transsexuals who lived in King's Cross and did drag shows and did sex work were harassed and bashed and raped. So this is history that shows a very glamorous side to what they did. They lived very simple and straightforward lives away from the shows very often. They didn't dress like showgirls in public. They dressed like, you know, I suppose you could say ordinary women, whatever ordinary women are.
I believe it's very, very brave, I think, of these people to perform as if there's not a problem in the world.
Yes, I think they were very brave in that particular time period.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
The state government has made a bold decision to protect transsexuals or transgender people under the Anti-Discrimination Act. The legislation will be amended, making it illegal to discriminate against transsexuals in their employment. People who have a sex change operation will also get new birth certificates.
And by the way, this is why the U.S. discriminated against trans soldiers is horrible, because they're allowing discrimination to come back in. Now we are legally discriminating. The government is discriminating against government employees for being trans. This is bad. This is bad for everybody. It's bad for intersex people and trans people and cis people. It's bad for all of us. And that's why it's so horrible that nobody's making a big enough stink about it, because I don't know why. They don't think it's important because they don't know how it impacts them. They don't understand that queer liberation is straight cis liberation. Because they can't see it. They don't know how we're connected. But we're connected because we're related to you. We're your family members. We're you. I mean, Discord brought it up earlier, but there was a woman who was being discriminated against trying to enter a woman's bathroom who was cis, but they thought she was trans because they pegged her as trans, and she was a cis woman. This hurts all of us. This hurts everybody. Everyone's going to be negatively impacted. This is not good for us. It's not good for our kids. We should not be discriminating because of like LGBTQIA status.
2 decades later, trans rights had started to progress. In 1996, New South Wales was the first state to legislate against discrimination against transgender people.
Trannies are probably one of the most heavily discriminated against communities in Australia. We've got something like 50% unemployment. Half of trannies are sexually assaulted. Most trannies are physically assaulted.
The Attorney General accepts the argument.
There are approximately 10,000 transgender people in New South Wales, and I think they ought to be protected from discrimination in their employment.
We're delighted that the New South Wales government has recognised its responsibilities and recognised the injustice and the systematic denial of our human rights, and is prepared to do something about it at last.
The government will also change the law to cover people who physically change their sex.
The birth certificates legislation will be amended so as to provide to people who have had some transgender operation a more appropriate birth certificate.
Well, that's quite a leap back in time to 30 years ago. The two women that you saw at the beginning of that clip were Adi Griffin and Nadine Stranson.
Oh, okay.
They were, along with me, members of the Transgender Liberation Coalition, which had lobbied since 1991 for legal change. And the success of the legislation at the time was quite extraordinary. It was, for its time, a very progressive piece of legislation, even though the granting of birth certificates to those who had had operations, or what people would today call gender-affirming surgery, that particular part of the law was very contentious. Adi and Nadine and myself and Norrie, as a part of the TLC, argued that that was inherently discriminatory, that it divided us by our genitals, that it was inequitable because the ability to obtain gender-affirming surgery now runs into $40,000 to $60,000 here in Australia.
Wow. Yeah.
It's very expensive, so it was inequitable because not everyone could obtain access to that surgery.
Yeah.
Right.
That contentious piece of legislation stuck around for decades.
That's such a good reminder of why transitioning can't be a requirement for a lot of people, because not everyone has access to that gender affirming care, and gender affirming care is for cis and trans people. Like, that's what plastic surgery is. You enhancing your breasts, you getting like Botox, that's all gender affirming care to feel what? More like a woman, more like a man, more in your gender, more in yourself. Like, this is no one's business how you feel most like yourself. If there's genuinely like an issue, like people were really concerned about your mental health, we wouldn't be tackling these generalizations. We'd be going towards the micro, like the detailed issues we're having, right? It's just like these generalizations that all people seeking gender affirming care are sick is like horrible generalization to make, and helps no one. And so again, it's so sad that our communities have said, hey, we need help with this. And everyone's like, no, you don't. You need help in a different way. Don't tell me what I need. Don't tell me what I need. I'm telling you what I need. Okay?
Legislation making it easier for people to change the gender on their birth certificate has passed the New South Wales Parliament.
It was only last year that the New South Wales government passed the Equality Bill, allowing trans people to change their birth certificates without surgery, bringing New South Wales in line with the rest of the country.
I would like to sort of mention the fact too that Adi and Nadine, who were in that Adi spoke very well in that clip, they are not with us anymore. And the stresses that transgender women go through, the traumas that we experience are often so great that our lives are shortened as a result.
Absolutely.
So you're looking at people who are
would be amazed if they saw today the progress that's been made.
In 1995, in a powerful display of trans pride, trans folk marched in the Sydney Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras Parade. And a language warning. While this float was designed by trans people 30 years ago, nowadays the T-word is very much a slur.
Here's Tranny Pride.
Well.
Oh.
The Transgender Liberation Coalition.
And they've won their place.
Oh! It's the first ever Tranny Pride float.
But trannies are the only people in Australia who get to decide our own gender.
Don't
We
use
have
that anymore.
a powerful statement to make because of that. Everyone else lets their genitals or their social influences determine it. We make decisions for ourselves. We take control of our bodies, and we're the only people in Australia who do it. And that's something to be wonderfully proud of.
Wow, that's amazing. But yeah, I guess I'm not used to that T word. I don't even know if I feel comfortable saying it. But what's your opinion on that?
Well, we came from a particular generation where the trans women who worked as sex workers around King's Cross and Darlinghurst, they bore the brunt of the oppression that trans women felt at the time. Adi, who was speaking there using the term tranny, we all use the term tranny as a way of throwing it back in the faces of those who would insult us. It's the same as the word queer. People started using queer because it was a way of dispelling the stigma.
I've had people come into my chat, not very many over the years, who get upset that I use the word queer. The word queer is so ingrained in my head now as a part of my identity that I think it's so appropriate to use. But I think we should also normalize the fact that queer, even in its word of being weird or different, nobody is normal. Everyone is just your expectation of normal. There is no such thing as weird or normal. It's only in relation to, right? So I understand that it could be a slur. I understand people can find it offensive, but I want us to know that some words are reclaimable, maybe even more than others. I'm not sure really, but for myself, I do love the word queer. I used to use different slurs as well, like queer slurs, and I stopped using those because I didn't like the D word or the F word. I'm very hesitant to use those in public now because I don't know how to reclaim them without it possibly causing more harm. But the queer word I think is reclaimable. Yeah, for at least my bubble for sure. But yeah, the F slur and the D slur is that one I struggle with. I used to say them a lot more ownership, but then it felt like maybe those words weren't for me, maybe. I don't know. But in private queer circles, I don't mind using certain words that everyone's comfortable with. It's just in public, especially as a YouTuber, I don't know who's watching me,
Being called a queer, or a faggot or a poofter. So we threw it back in the same way as if to say, well, yeah, we're trannies and so what?
Reclaiming it.
That float was, I think, the first transgender float. I was on that float and it was tremendously exciting to be on the float. I'd been at the parade before and watched the parade, but I'd never been in the parade.
Right.
And it was one of the greatest experiences of my life to be in that float and to have the feelings of love coming at you from both sides of Oxford Street, from strangers who were blowing you kisses and telling you that they loved you, and you felt 10 feet tall after being up and down Oxford Street in that experience. It was amazing.
What?
Even though the media shone a light on trans women, it would take years for openly transgender men to get the same attention.
Oh, here we go.
In 2011, a trailblazing youth-led program called Hungry Beast asked young trans guys how they navigate telling people they're transgender.
This one time I was out and we'd dancing and there's this kind of hot guy and kind of been checking each other out, and I guess things moved faster than I anticipated, and then we were having a bit of a clash. And I was like, do we go home together? If we're going to go home together, I have to tell him,
Yeah.
It's an adventure.
It's just a
P.S. Did you guys watch Chaos? I fucking hate Netflix for canceling all the fucking queer shows. Chaos, in my mind, did a very good job at LGBTQIA representation. Great love story between a trans guy and a cis woman. Loved the vibes. Great representation about pansexuality. I really, really fucking liked it. And I'm really sad it's gone. Great representation of gender fluidity and non-binaryism. I was shook how good it was. I was like, what's happening? I was literally not expecting it. And then I was like, I thought it was vibes. I just loved every part of it. You know, I'm so sad they stopped it. They better bring it back, though. I'm hoping they bring it back.
A harmless bash, I typically would tell someone, but in that scenario, it just moved too fast. So I kind of pulled him aside and went, I got to let you know something, and told him. I haven't always been a dude. I just kind of cut straight into it.
I haven't always been male. I was born a female.
Yeah.
And I started my transition about 10 years ago, and now I'm a man. It is funny watching people do the maths in their head sometimes. Like, you can see it on their face and working it out.
I really like that. I can completely relate to that.
Yeah.
Have been out on the town, if you will. And I would be very spontaneous in that way. And, if there was someone hot, give them a little look across the room. But there's always that thing in the back of your head. It's like, what if it gets to that point? I got to tell them. Being so fearful for their reaction and whether or not they were about to go off or say something really that makes me feel very uncomfortable. I know a lot of trans men who experience this, and there's been many stories of positive interactions in this scenario, but also very, very negative ones, and some resulting in, verbal abuse and sometimes even physical. And it's a sickening feeling to not know where the conversation will go after saying that, and just feeling like you have to let them know it kind of sucks.
I've had experiences of the kind you're talking about, quite uncomfortable ones. It seemed to me that after I came out, passing as a survival tool, rather than be bashed or ridiculed or something like that, it's preferable that people regard you in the gender that you're presenting as.
Yes.
And I don't disparage people who pass for that very reason.
Transmasculine visibility got a huge boost in 2020 when Juno star and Oscar nominee Elliot Page came out publicly as a trans man. Soon after, his character in the 3rd season of the Netflix series The Umbrella Academy also transitioned.
Who elected you, Vanya?
It's Victor.
Who's Victor?
I am. It's who I've always been.
It was a groundbreaking moment in television and for the trans community.
Is that an issue for anyone?
No, I'm good with it. Yeah, me too. Cool.
Oh, I thought that was going in a completely different direction, to be honest. Yeah, that makes me very, I'm shaking a little bit. There's just the unknown of what's going to happen next.
Yes.
But I definitely think that was a very good representation. That isn't a tragic ending. I feel like there's way too many trans and queer people in general that are being, they're writing, their character always dies, or they always have this horrible ending, and it just...
You know what? I want to ask you guys this question because I've been thinking about this. I'm in a part of TikTok that it's weird because I'm in that part of TikTok that's talking about how minorities' stories always end in tragedy and how we have to stop telling our stories always tragedy. But then it's hard because our communities are always under fire. So it feels like we can't forget that part of our story and pretend like it's all well and good. But then a part of normalizing yourself into culture. So I'm on a part of TikTok that's Black TikTok. And, the community is having a conversation around Black representation in film. And they're boycotting watching films about slavery. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I can see that must be so hard to always watch a movie about your community and always see it be you're more than this. You're more than this part of your this history. And not all Black people have a universal history. So obviously it'd be the specific bubble of American Black communities. But that's what I think he's trying to say right here is how many trans movies do we have to see where the trans person is beaten and killed? How many queer movies do we have to see where our communities end in tragedy? And I think it is a conversation we should be having as minorities, but I think it's also a conversation that we need to have. Again, I think it's dangerous to live our lives always trying to appeal to bigotry, but to remember that fighting bigotry is also through our joy. Like Laverne Cox said, is a big part of fighting bigotry is staying joyful. Another part of fighting bigotry is reminding people that the reality of our lives is a mixture of tragedy and joy. Like anyone else's life. It is everyone's life is a mixture of tragedy and joy. It just looks different. And the question is, can we stop hurting each other's communities and make that tragedy and joy become more joyful than just tragedy? And yeah, like it's really something that I think we have to ask ourselves. I think we want to make powerful statements in media. We want people to feel, impacted. So we use like violence and sadness and suicide to have those conversations. But I think there's something so impactful about joy, especially in a world where everyone's suffering from a loneliness epidemic and everyone feels so neglected. Talk about a time when we've needed joy in media more than ever. Not happiness, not fake goodness, not silence, not closing our eyes, pretending there's nothing bad, but actual joy. Actual joy. And in joy, there's empowerment. There's nothing more powerful than joy. Nothing. And I would love to see that in media. I would love to see empowered joy in media. It would be so great. And honestly, I don't even mean to say it this way, but you know who I think does it kind of great? Anime. Kind of feel like anime is really good at that. I think it's because they emote emotions. I think it's the way that anime is able to just like, you can't question the intentionality. And anime does this thing where a lot of them tell stories without telling your story. A lot of them tell historical contextual stories, right? Like Grave of the Fireflies. But a lot of anime stories aren't about our world, but you can relate your world to it. Like JJK had me going. Like JJK I was so emotionally triggered by JJK in the greatest way an art can make you feel, where I'm like, because, you know those stories where the good people are being, targeted as like the bad people by society, like the good people who actually tried to do something good are now being turned on and society has painted them as the bad guys. Like that is so a relatable narrative, right? It is a relatable narrative, but then you have to still function. Anyways, I don't know. There's a conversation around this, I think, to be had. Discord says only white people get to be human or anyone in media when it comes to Western media, for sure. Yeah. Chat says unrelated. I wish I could experience Hunter x Hunter for the first time. I just said this to my partner. I was like, man, I almost wish like we could rewatch Hunter x Hunter for the first time. I kind of want to watch it. We should watch it in the Discord. It is so good. Hunter x Hunter is so good. That's a long anime though to watch together. We do watch events and that's a long one, but it is so freaking good. It's so good. Every part of it, every arc, it's so good. I think it is such a good story about people and it's got good representation in it. The anime's great. Everyone's drawn great. Everything's fabulous. But anyways, okay. Ooh, great point. Discord said, this is why I like sci-fi. It still tackles topics of otherness, but usually in a way that has nothing to do with current categorizations that feel like so exhausting. Agree. Love that. Love it. Love magic. Love anime. Love these things. I love it. Yeah. Let's see. YouTube chat says we are always surrounded by tragedy and death, and it's hard to deprogram that from our brains. To imagine a fictional world where we get to live free from tragedy and death. I mean, that's, yeah. And that's what I do think we should do. We should evoke some sense of joy because a lot of people are joyful. Like a lot of people are joyful. A lot of our communities are living out their life pretty joyful. I mean, I consider myself a joyful queer person. And, I want people to have that. I meet so many. I think one of the greatest things I've ever gotten as a pansexual, bisexual person is those bisexual, pansexual girls, boys, they, thems, whatever, calling me, talking to me, reaching out to me and saying like, oh my God, I have such a similar upbringing to you. Oh my gosh, like I'm in such a similar position to you. Like your content was really my thing as a teenager. And now I'm an adult and like, wow, like watching your journey, like so relatable. Like that shit really matters to me as a creator. And I'm so glad I could, because other people were that for me as well. That other people were that for me as well. And I think we forget, like, all of our communities have that internal struggle that we have to go through a lot of the time. And bisexual, pansexual people, like, we're not exempt from that. We're not exempt from having suicidal ideations or attempts or killing ourselves because of our queerness. And I think people forget that somehow. And I get it, because it's, in a sense, a privileged position to be a person who's attracted to all genders. So you have like more of a chance of appearing heterosexual, or at least within like, yeah, I get it. Like there was a whole conversation on TikTok about this, where there is a privilege to being in a heterosexual presenting relationship because you reap the benefits of being treated as such, which is true, right? Like that's just a fact. And then that's the surface level fact. But then the at home reality is there's still like a deconstruction needed to happen around that orientation. Like queer people in heterosexual presenting relationships struggle. And not to mention those heterosexual presenting relationships don't always involve two cis people or two straight people, right? Like you can be in a queer relationship with two queer people that are straight presenting. You can be in a relationship with a trans partner with, you know, this, you can look cis and straight and not be that. So I think we forget all of those things. So yes, there's a privilege, and yes, there's still those issues that we have to work on ourselves, you know?
Just doesn't feel good as a trans person or a person in the community at all to be watching that. It just feels like, oh, so that's our fate. Don't you think?
Oh, there's so many negative representations of trans people. And I mean, you're battling that your whole life. No wonder we hide ourselves.
Absolutely.
And no wonder people are shocked at times when we finally come out and say, look, this is who I am. There's no apologies. This is it, you know?
That's right. It's just not a nice feeling. So I really like what they did there. I think that's really great.
That's quite extraordinary.
From a little bit of mainstream visibility to mass representation online, thousands of everyday trans folks share their gender journeys on social media.
Okay, I want you to know what I mean when I say I'm trans. Oh my God.
American trans non-binary marathon runner and inclusivity activist Kel Kalamia is one of them. Kel's heart on sleeve videos have earned them a devoted international following.
I feel like I said a couple things and now people are wondering. If you're like, whoa, what's up with your super flat chest? I wear a binder. It actually physically hurts me. I mean, when the pain is really bad and like the anxiety is also really bad, I sometimes just like don't go out. Just kind of cancel the plans and just kind of... So I need top surgery as soon as possible.
In this raw update, Kel reflects on life after receiving gender-affirming surgery.
She's so happy.
I'm 4 years post-op.
Whoa, love it.
Gender-affirming care saved my life. This is the battle in courthouses across America today.
It's an issue that's front of mind for so many young trans people today, at a time when trans rights are under threat internationally.
Gender-affirming care is life-saving.
Wow. I just seeing that, it's like I relate to everything that he's saying so much. And it's, I just think it's beautiful, like the progression and seeing how those years have shaped them. Yeah, I just get so emotional when I see any person just becoming them, and you see it in their eyes. There's a look and you're glowing, in my opinion, when there's that moment of proper gender euphoria. And I think that that's spectacular. When I decided I'm cutting my hair short, the euphoria that I felt when I could just feel that shaved side, and I couldn't stop feeling it. And I remember having a shower for the first time with that haircut, and I was sobbing in the shower with happy tears, because it was one of the first times that I felt affirmed and alive. And I felt like I was finally coming into who I am up here and in here.
Yes.
From early trailblazers like Carlotta to present-day Hollywood changemakers like Elliot Page, trans folks have triumphed in the face of intolerance and stigma. Let's learn from history and lead with love as we face this next chapter together.
Yeah, and I think the other point to make is, none of these things are compulsory. You do what suits you individually.
Absolutely.
Love it. Okay, this was posted February 20, 2025. And I kind of assumed it was also filmed within that time. So that narrator who just said, like, we, in these trying times, I assume they mean like now, which is so important to have this piece of media. This is ABC iView. I'll go ahead and post the video in the chat. This was such a good series, and I'm so glad we dedicated our stream to watching it today, because I had a little cry, you had a little cry, we're all crying together. It's more time than ever. We have to be very aware that our we're here, we're queer, we're just people, regular people trying to live regular ass lives, trying to go to work like everybody else. And I think this administration and the way the United States is going right now can feel really tense for people around the world, and our communities have a reason to feel anxious, but we have also a lot of reasons to be joyful. And I want to encourage that joy, more than anything, especially since look, I'm not the biggest content creator, but I still get enough views. People still, stalk my streams. And I hope one day they stalk the right stream and realize like, I have to change and be better than this. Because this insensate, like this obsession with, destroying and tearing each other down, like at some point, we got to focus that attention on predators and not on gay people, on predators and not on trans people, on predators and not, and even then, even though those like everyone is just so focused on, I don't know, this like frat boy culture. I don't know what it is. It's just so ugly though. This bigotry is so ugly and I'm exhausted. Like I'm tired, but I remain joyful. And I want you to remain joyful no matter how tired you get, Yeah. We'll be back tomorrow with another themed out live stream. I hope you guys have a great afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are. And I will see you then. All right, we did it. See you guys tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.